Hello. Alright. How long is it? I think I have been trying to start the stream for 20 minutes, by the way, because my OBS doesn't connect immediately. I think I am starting to understand a little bit. It has something to do with ADB, but I'm not sure. ADB is trying to use my camera, and they are in conflict with the OBS or something, and I cannot start the stream because of that. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway, I need to like kill OBS, kill ADB, and then restart, and then sometimes it's RNG, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, weird. No idea. But we are all going to rewrite, yes. Yeah, what we're going to do is let me open my paint, which is a sprite these days, right? To draw something. Though I see, yeah. So right now the linksider is a turn-based game, right? We have one frame, and then we are doing a move. We are going into another frame, another tick. I spread more like Ace Paint, yeah. And then we go into another tick, and like that, right? And sometimes we can even do multiple moves at the same time, like multiple things can move at the same time in between the frames, right? So this is how it works right now. But what we want to really is to have different timings for different moves, and so what I'm going to do today is this is going to be the timeline, right? And this is the beginning, and then let's say that the player is doing a move like this, and the move is going to end over here, right? But at the same time, something else can start moving while we are moving over here in the beginning, and like do here. So it's going to be not a turn-based system anymore, but more like an event-based system. And the way these turns are going to work is we're going to reserve the place. It's not real time, it's like an event-based system. I mean, yeah. I mean, even when you do a regular real-time stuff, you do like divide into very, very small ticks, right? So we're not going to divide any into very, very small ticks. We're just literally going to have events, which is saying like over here, like at this point in time, this move is going to end, you know? So just to show you why we wanted this to be so. Let me pull all the changes. So it's going to fix a lot of issues. For example, when the player is falling down with gravity, right? Right now, every single fall is a single move, and right now every single move is the specified amount of time, right? Which means that when the player is falling down, it's falling down with constant speed. But in order to make it look better, we're going to make every single like tile move a different time, so that it's going to appear like we actually have gravity and we have some acceleration. That's one of the things that is going to fix. The other thing is we have conflicts. Like when two things move at the same time, we can have conflicts, right? And we need to have some priorities. So let's say that we have a jump, right? So the jump right now is, here's the player, we move up, and then we move up, and then we move to the right. So we move like three things, three tiles at the same time, right? But we're going to actually split this move into three different moves. So on the first move, we're going to do this thing. On the second move, we're going to do this. On the third move, we're going to do the third transition, and yeah, this means that every single move is going to be one block instead of multiple blocks at the same time. It's going to be easier to resolve conflicts because of that. By the way, what? GMTK starts in 30 hours? Yeah, I know. So I need to rewrite linksider in 30 hours is basically what this means. Are you going to participate in the GMTK? Do you want to write the game for me? So that I do something simple like graphics for you? And that's how I participate in GMTK, because I'm not sure if I want to do programming this time. I wanted write the game for you? No, I don't think so. Maybe Icy wants to write a game, huh? Is Icy participating in GMTK? We'll see. Maybe I just do solo. I just really need to go some like super simple, even simpler than the juggling. Then, do you like Godot? What is happening? Why am I compiling for like a minute already? Something is wrong. Oh, I'm doing C++. I was doing C++ compilation. I see. C++ used all my cores, I think. Okay, so here we go. If he wants to do something for the gem too, if someone wants an artist, he can draw you some stuff. Okay, let's have a new level. Just to so we can have a test. So here's one of the things that is going to be fixed, right? We can have two players. One player is over here, another player is over here. This player on the left is going to have a jump on their left side, and this player on the right is going to have jump on the right side. Okay? So this, when we start playing this game, these two guys are just going to jump into each other. Why is my menu mixelated? Wait, where? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. But yeah, over here, what we want to happen is basically these players are going to do one move first, which is jump to the right, and then on the next one they're going to go into the same block, and we are going to undo this. I don't see any mixels. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, by the way, we should check out Davy's work. Davy has done something, and we can... And we can check out some of the new levels, I think. Is Davy's here? Davy did work. Is Davy here? Not yet. Okay. Let's see. What do I need? What do we need? So we are going to work on the logic, right? It's good that we have logic separated into its own crate, right? So we don't have to think about the graphics yet. We just need to completely redo the model. And let's so there's basically two things. One of them is reserving blocks to prevent collisions, to prevent conflicts when two entities want to move into the same position, right? This is one of the things. The other thing is the event-based system instead of a turn-based system. So what do we start with? What do we start with? I think I can start with the event system. So what is going to be our game state? It's going to be not much different, but the entity that we have in the game can potentially be in the moving state right now, basically, right? Because our game state is no longer the state in between the turns, but like the moves can happen simultaneously, right? So our game state should contain the currently happening moves, which means that some of the entities are going to be currently moving. So we want, I think, for let me just try to understand what should the API be. Where do I even start? Do I start from the very scratch? What do we do? So right now, what is the API here? We do game state initialization, and then how are we doing the moves again? We do process turn with the input, right? So this is our current API. Let me have like I'm not actually going to write everything from scratch, obviously, right? But I need to start with something. Simple to understand, which means actually it's going to be, let's do a test like this. Okay, so we want to have game state, right? Here's our public API. We are going to be able to initialize. We are going to have config, I think, and level, Zen mode, like that. I think the only reason I like that more is that it centers this thing, you know, or I can make the left thing bigger like that. I don't like this the code being on the left side of my monitor, basically. This is kind of same as Zen mode. Put the terminal on the left. Is that how you work? You have terminal on the left. So this thing, we want it to be on the left, like this. And this thing is something that we can hide completely then, right? I need to change my my theme for the Zash so that this is not that long. You have the outline at the top left and the terminal at the bottom left. So I don't use the outline. Maybe I should. Oh wait, outline is here. I don't know. I'm not used to using outline. I'm used to using the file system. Code editors are too wide these days. Tempts you to write long lines. Yeah. You're an ex C++ coder, you need an outline. It's your header file. Yeah, I guess. Maybe. I never was writing a lot of C++. I was working in Java, but in Java, file system and outline is basically the same thing. Can you say Russell's is that still trademarked? It. You can. Why not? No one ever forbidden this word from being said. It's just you cannot put it in your project name, and even then, this was never like approved. So people started censoring themselves, I think. Nothing has been approved yet. Okay, so we have the initialization of the game state, and also we will. So right now, what we have is we have process turns, and we have the input of the player, right? Input like this. This is what we have right now because we have a turn-based game, but we want it to be not a turn-based game. We want to have an event system. So what we are going to have instead is, let me think. What do we want to have instead? You check the new async API. Seems you needed to implement your own game loop if you want to use it. Yes. You do an async loop. It's a lower level API than this state management that we have right now. Maybe I will add some more high level stuff on top, but we'll see. How granular are the events? So I was talking about this. So this is current system over here at the top. We have one game state, then we do moves, then we have another game state, right? And then we have another move, right? But we want for the movement of one entity to happen, and we can start the move of another entity in the middle while this is happening, basically. So you can edit async trait state. You can try adding this async trait state yourself, and then you can show it to us if it's okay. Then we can edit. We'll see. Is that because one entity could cause another entity to start moving? No, that is because, let me just show the game. Then there is multiple things, like the problem, one of the big problems with the turn-based systems is that every turn is at the same amount of time, and I want different moves. Like over here, this is okay, right? This is okay. These are all the same moves, left and right. That is fine. But let's say that over here, right? This is a jump. This is a jump. Right now the jump is one move. Still, even although the jump can sometimes... The jump can sometimes be shorter, and sometimes it can be longer, like over here. We are... Like, sometimes we're jumping 2 blocks, sometimes we're jumping 1 block, sometimes we're jumping 3 blocks. Like over here, this is 3 blocks, 1, 1, 2 up and 1 to the side. If we are blocked over here, then we just jump 1 block. Right now it kind of looks okay, because when we hit the ceiling, we kind of stay there for a little bit for the remaining animation of the turn, right? But there is another example over here. We're falling down, and we're falling down with constant speed. Maybe we want it to be to have actual acceleration. That's one of the things. Another thing is that we have multiple players in some of the levels. Let's see, over here, right? We have multiple players, so like we want maybe, and also sometimes a player can go into a loop. How can I show this? Maybe I need to create a testing level. So let's say that we have over here something like that. Okay, we have 2 players. 1 player is at the bottom, 1 player is at the top. Remember making a loop soft lock once, but you forgot how. Well, yeah. Here's how you can soft lock. Well, you could soft lock previously, but right now you really don't. It's just different, working differently. So over here, look at this. This guy is jumping up and down, right? But when this player can still move, but you cannot really feel it right now. But this player can only move when this guy so it's like there are turns happening all the time here, right? So basically we can only move when this guy is either at the top place or at the bottom place, or starting to fall down in the middle. So yeah, when I press the right key, so right now I'm pressing it. It actually only works sometimes, because I need to press it at the specific time when the turn is starting to calculate, right? But I want to be able to have this input applied immediately when I press the button. Yeah, I broke the soft lock, kind of. So right now we don't let you change the player, but this can happen like even. So yeah, right now you can do this, for example, to make this guy jump higher. Would that result in strange effects where you can land on the player in mid-motion? Yes. Yes. But this is already something that we can do right now over here. Look at this. The only problem that right now we can even go into each other and intersect because we don't solve the conflicts right now when two entities want to go into the same position. You see this? Like sometimes we go into and like we are in the same position, which should never happen. So for this specific scenario, when we are doing a fall, so the guy, the entity is going to fall to the block below, we're going to say that this is a move that is going to happen for the certain amount of time. This amount of time is no longer just one turn, it can be any amount of time in the new system. And while this move is happening, this block below is going to be reserved, which means that if something else wants to move into the same block, it's going to be like a wall. I don't think, like, usually you don't really, like, even although this thing that we just had, even if, although this is possible, this will not be there in the... Like, we should try not to have this in the gameplay. We should not rely on these mechanics. What you're doing right now sounds very close how I would do it, but the event-based solution you propose sounds interesting as well. Yeah. Yeah, so there's like a lot of things here that it's going to fix, I think. Like I was saying, we're going to split some of the long moves, like the jump, that it makes the player jump 2 blocks up and 1 block to the right. It's going to be actually split into 3 small moves. So during the first move, only these 2 blocks are going to be reserved. During the second move, these 2 blocks are going to be reserved. During the third move, these 2 blocks are going to be reserved. And it's just going to be simpler, I think. The hard part is like rewriting everything right now. So let me just try to understand what the API should be here. So it's no longer just process turn, right? It is going to be rolling underneath a hopping block. Yeah, we could have that. Yeah, like I was thinking we should have like AI, so not only the player is going to be the moving thing, but also there is going to be enemies or like AIs that are going to be stupid, but they just try to move towards you, maybe, for example. So basically players that move automatically. And then this is something that we would need, I think. All right. So I think what needs to happen here is instead of processing the turn, we need to be able to start the movement of the entity, right? Start, move. Over here, we're going to specify entities. Or maybe we can, like, technically, I think we will be able to start. The system as resources and spaces sounds a lot like how I want to write the animations for your tactical RPG. It's somewhat like I think the closest thing that I know of is the piston mechanics in Minecraft. So when the piston in Minecraft is in closed state, and when it goes into the retracted state like this, right? This turns 2 ticks of the animation, and during the in-between tick, it's over here, it's like a reserved state or something. Okay, let me see. We start move for the inputs. I think, like, technically, maybe we want to be able to specify inputs for different entities. So for every entity ID, we're going to have a different input. And we start them moving at the same time, right? This can only happen. Okay, this is start move, and then we need to be able to progress the time, right? So is this going to be exactly like in our real-time games, just update time, when we have just delta time here? I'm not sure. Hold on. I don't want this to be floating point numbers though, because this, like, I want it to be precise. So we're probably going to use rationals instead or something, or a fixed point. Numbers, but is this what I want? I think I don't want the update of the time, because we have this history that we can do undos, redos, and like replaying of the history. I think we want to only store these events, basically, which is why I never want my game state to be like in between those events. And this will happen if I have this update time method. So what happens instead is let me try and think. I think that the question becomes how the history interacts with overlapping moves. I mean, we're going to store the copies of the states when we begin the move and when we end the move. I think the history is not the problem here. The problem is that I don't want to store a lot of intermediate states in between the events. That's what I usually do, but I don't want that. I want it to be smarter, this system. Why is the background blue right now? Like, why? Hmm? And why am I drawing with gray? Why is the background gray now? No. I want to select the white color as a background. Like this. Oh, nice. Okay. Hmm. So I think the what is happening here is when we are at the end, like when we are still, like I think there's still going to be this term of stability, and stability means that nothing is happening currently, so none of the moves are happening, which means that we need, so like, yeah, if nothing is happening right now, nothing is moving, then we can just pause the simulation, right? And this means that we're just waiting for the next input. Is that right? Then let's say we have the next input like over here in time. I'm going to just say that the time has passed. So like nothing happened, but we are going to progress the time anyway for the sake of replaying. And we're going to start the move here. And something is happening, something is happening. All right. I think the problem is that update time is like we still can be holding some input during that time, right? It's going to be hard, but we're going to get there. I have a rough idea, a rough understanding. I mean, the easiest way to do this is literally do the, like, have a lot of very, very small ticks, you know? That's like the easiest solution. I just don't want to do that. It's almost like we want the update message that has the time that has passed and also the input that we are pressing right now. There are like two types of input. One is the input that we're holding over time, and the one input is that we are doing an immediate input. So there's like update, and during the update we can still have the input, right? And then there is the immediate input. This is when we just press the button once, which is a different thing. But at the same time, this can just mean that the time is 0. So I think something like this is all we really need. So what's going to happen is we are going to have game state new, and then we have game state update. like you're ready to go to settings to activate Linux? I'm not ready yet. I'll do it later. And the delta time. Is that what I want? Maybe. And like I was saying, the delta time should not be a floating point number. Like, am I going to update it on every frame? How is Scooby doing? Doing pretty good. How is Hit doing? I'm trying to reimagine the turn-based logic. Summer is not too hot. Actually, it is very hot right now. I think, you know what? Now that you say about it, I'm going to turn on the cooler. Or maybe it's hot because I'm thinking so much. Oh. It's where Zaki started. What is Zaki? Who is Zaki? Made hot or not, is climate change real, which turned into Facebook? Never heard that story. Okay, so what's going to happen when we're playing the game? Let's say that like another frame is happening. Am I just going to call this method on every frame? And also when we just press any button. Even if you're thinking too hard, it's a good idea to turn up the air conditioner. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I think we can just do it every frame, basically, unless we're paused. Yeah. Delta time. So do I want to go into the rational numbers here, actually? Time. Okay. Struct time. I'm just going to have my own implementation here, why not? There's a nominator and denominator, right? Is that how you call those things? You could be my copy. What do you mean? Copywriter. Linksider game for Tinder. Acclimatized people ready to grow population. Huh? Okay, let me for now do value floating point number, but this is going to be not a floating point number eventually. Okay, so what is going to happen over here inside the game state? We're going to have moves that are currently happening, right? Or rather, or maybe not, rather. Okay, moves is going to be a list of moves. Entity move. Actually, we already have entity move, right? So right now, entity move is entity. We have the move type, like magnet move, gravity, regular move, push, sliding, jumping. I think this is something that we're going to redo from scratch though. Let's do the struct entity move. So it's going to be exactly the sound when the hook, line, and sinker gets planted deep. And huge prey is guaranteed. Entity move. The ID. So the entity that is moving, I think we're going to, like I was saying, they're going to be reserving some tiles. Tiles reserved is going to be a hash set of tiles, which is just 2D integer vector. So when the move starts, we reserve the tiles. When the move ends, we unreserve them so that other entities can move into it. Right? Am I rewriting the linksider movement logic? I'm rewriting the turn-based logic into being not turn-based anymore. It's like, it's not real time, it's like an event-based, not turn-based. Is what I have in mind. We'll see what we end up today with. I'm not sure if I can do it in one day, but maybe. I'm just like starting out here. So I have the moves, the entity that is moving, the tiles that are non-discrete time separated game tick events. Yes, exactly. Does anyone else do that? Do you have any other examples of other games that do that? It's like we are not the only ones, right? For sure. But I cannot think of another one. I mean, it's going to look like a turn-based game anyway. Kind of. I mean, it also kind of doesn't really look like a turn-based game right now. I don't know. Alright, entity ID and tiles are reserved. Someone doing it, even reimagining it. Oh yeah, Counter-Strike 2, that is right. Yes, Counter-Strike 2 is actually doing that. I remember seeing that. Like, instead of doing tick-based servers for the Counter-Strike, they are doing beyond the tick rate and doing the events. Fundamentally, if you use non-discrete time, it's just a turn based. I mean, ticks are basically like micro turns, right? You never heard of this before? Let's see. This is just 1 minute long.
Is known for its visceral and satisfying gunplay. Now, firing a weapon looks pretty simple. You click your mouse, your character shoots, your target takes damage. But there's a lot more happening behind the scenes. In previous versions of Counter-Strike, the game only evaluated moving and shooting in discrete time intervals, or ticks, and time between those ticks didn't exist. For the most part, the experience was seamless. But sometimes those milliseconds between click and tick could be the difference between landing or missing your shot. That's why with Counter-Strike 2, we're introducing sub-tick updates. Now the tick rate no longer matters for moving and shooting, so the server will know the exact moment.
Yeah, see, like, it's basically the events. The ticks don't even exist anymore. That's what we want to do too.
Your jump, or peaked your pitch,
Even although our game is not
calculate your precise actions between takes.
real-time first-person shooter
What you
game.
see is what you get.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. I actually thought this was quite common, and it was actually just big news because someone spoke about it. What was quite common? Like doing this? Doing sub-tick, like event-based system instead of tick-based system? I don't know. I mean, in terms of like big games, I think Counter-Strike is the first one. Maybe like a lot of indie games have been doing this. I'm not sure. Like, is there any other example? Okay, Counter-Strike, yes, I remember that they do that, but what are the other examples? I don't even know. Overwatch Lawbreakers? Okay. I don't know what Overwatch. I never followed them. But I would assume all of them are tick-based, like the Valorant also. I'm pretty sure they are also tick-based. Okay, so basically there are moves that are currently happening, and that is our like core stuff. So in comparison to Counter-Strike, in Counter-Strike something can happen immediately, like a shot can happen in between the ticks, like at any point in time, right? But for us, we start an action at any point in time, and this action takes a period of time to be performed, right? So we need to store those actions that are currently happening. And this is what CS implemented 20 plus years ago. Well, I'm not doing about multiplayer, right? Our game is single player. We are doing this because of different reasons. But this link is not about sub-tick movement. Sub-tick events. So basically over here, these moves, what we want them, I think we kind of want them to be a priority queue here. Binary heap probably. Binary heap. Because we want the turn that, yeah. Let's implement word for entity move. Entity move, yeah, entity move. Hold on. We have entity ID, the entity that is moving, tiles reserved, and we also have the end time, which is going to be time, right? So in order to compare which one is happening first, what we just do. We compare the end time first. And if the end time is equal, then we're going Compare by entity IDs, maybe. Godot 4.1 is out. Terminal has a sidebar. Someone told me that this is the way. This is how people work in VS Code, apparently. They have terminal in the left, and then outline on the also on the left. I'm not sure. Also like the Zen mode, where there is nothing completely. Okay, so we want the rational numbers here. Do I use a crate for the rational numbers so that I don't use the floating points? I mean, I can. Why not? Although, do I actually want that? I don't think I care. Like, if we go with rational numbers, we're going to need like infinite precision. I can see this easily. I don't think precision matters too much for us, does it? Oh, I think it's pretty safe to use rationals, right? Because the maximum denominator is going to be the multiplication of all the different like denominators of different times of all the moves. So it's not going to be infinite, huh? I'm not sure what I should do here for the time. I think this is one of the downsides of this new idea that I have. Like, it's much easier to think about the game in terms of ticks, in terms of turns. Discord send me a notification 1 hour later. Nice. Doesn't Twitch send you notifications on the Discord? It's not like we have done a lot already. As you can see, I have written 30 lines of code, and I mean, this is just nothing. I'm trying to think about it, about how to write the new logic properly. Okay, let me start with this. What we're going to have to do, maybe rationals. And then we do impl hack for time. Impl part time. Well, actually, it's just going to be simple. We have the R32. like this. So this is going to be board. Davey is testing how subjects work in Twitch Discord interface. Okay, so here we go. We have entity moves. Every entity is going to reserve some tiles, and then this move is going to end at a specific point in time, right? So this is just the time since the beginning of the times, I think. So inside our game state is going to be also current time, I think. When we're doing update, we're going to basically say that first I want to I think, let me see. We're going to have a loop here. A loop. First, we want to end all of the turns that are ending like right now, right? So I'm going to say while I'm going to say if some move, some next, and I mean, I want to find the move that is going to end the earliest ending move. Since we're already doing a like binary heap here, it's just going to be self moves peak. So if we have a move, then we see if earliest ending move end time is going to be less than or equal than our current time. This means that this move has already ended, right? So we need to end this move. Self moves, we're going to pop. How do we pop? I know that I can pick, but how do I... How do I get the thing from the binary heap? It is pop. Oh, I don't have the method because the entity move is not ORed. I see. Entity moves pop. Wrap. That move is this. So we're going to perform this move basically. Or we can do like self and move this, right? And move. The move. Entity move. There you go. To do implement ORed for entity move. We just do this. What's EQ? This means that this type can be compared with the other type for equality. And ORed means that we can compare them, which one is less, which one is more, which is something that we need for the binary heap to work. So this is basically operator overloading. This is overloading the equality, and this is overloading the comparison. Here's the manual implementation of the comparison for this thing, but for this one I just derive it. Does that make sense? Okay, so there you go. If our earliest ending move is ending before the current time, this means that it has already ended. Like technically, this should only be equal to current time, not be less. That should always be equal. I can try to do an assert here, maybe that they are exactly equal. Like it should not be less. We're going to end the move. So that is the first thing. We're going to end all of the moves. And then we're going to continue to the next iteration of the loop. Or is it rather into while? So this is us ending moves here. I don't like the Zen mode because I just do double escape. Like, I don't know why. And it just exits it. I'm not sure that the terminal on the left is something that I like. Let me just work just like I was working before. What's an assert? I'm pretty sure you know what an assert is. It means that we're going to crash the game if this is false. Do you not have asserts in Unity to make sure that everything works as you expect it to work? Okay, so we're ending the moves that have ended, right? That's a very good comment. Okay, so now that we have ended all the moves, we can apply the input. So we're going to try do the moves. Right? Try start moves based on the inputs. And then we're going to progress the time forward by the maximum of this time that has actually is here. So we have starts of the moves by start moves, and we have ending of the moves, right? We try start moves, and then we need to progress the time forward, which means we not just progress the time forward by the delta time, because maybe there's a different event that is going to end. So the actual time that we're going to delta time, I think we want to do something like target time is current time plus delta time, right? So this is where we're going, right? We need to go there. We need to go there. And we're going to progress the time forward while self current time is less than target time, right? And then in the end, we're going to assert that current time has became equal to target time, right? But over here, this is a loop because we don't immediately jump to the target time. There might be some events that have happened before. So we do self current time is going to be it's either target time, or it is moves peak map and time, right? So whatever happens first. So if there is some event that's going to end sometime, then we're going to have the minimum of the end time and target time. Otherwise, if this is nothing, that it is just going to be target time, and that is what we are going to. Cannot add time to time. Well, we need to implement add for time. So we're only comparing, and we're only adding times over here. We only are going to add time here, and we're also going to add time when we're starting the moves. Those are the only like things. But for trying the start of the moves, we need the inputs. Okay, I think this looks good. Borrow of moved value, target time. Yes, time needs to be copy. And clone. All right. So this is basically all the logic that we need, I think. Now there is one problem with this, which is saving of the history, right? We are basically updating ourselves, but we are not saving the history. And in order to be able to rewind backwards and forwards in history, yeah, we just need to implement the initialization, starting of the moves and ending of the moves. Starting of the moves based on the inputs and ending of the moves, yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. But yeah, in order to make rewinding work, I need to not lose anything here, which means that so we are ending moves here, right? And over here we're starting moves. So instead of going to the next iteration of this loop, this game state over here must be preserved. So whenever we are over here, we are changing the time, right? Whenever we are changing the time, we need to save the game state, basically. So our update method can actually update the game state multiple times. And we need to record that. So how do I record that? I think we have a simulation step handler, which is going to be a handler which is going to take the reference to the game state. And yeah, so basically whenever we are moving time forward, as a single step. A single step is ending moves and starting new moves, right? Yeah. So over here, what we're going to do is we do simulation step handler self. So basically, this means that this function will be called for every simulation step so that we can record the history. Okay. All right. I think I like that. Like before moving all of the current existing systems like effects, power-ups, gravities, can we just like implement one example of a move? Because rewriting all of this is going to take time. It's not like we're going to rewrite it completely, but some of them are going to be rewritten. I think also, since our move can reserve multiple times at the same time, what we can do in the beginning is that the jump, for example, instead of making it go one block at a time, we can reserve all the 3 blocks for the jump immediately, so that we can rewrite it to be better later. Okay, well, what do I want now? I think I understand the overall structure of the logic now, and we want to start moving it. So where is my game state actually being specified? Model over here. Here's our game state. We're going to just do this here. Stable. What is stable? Stable is interesting. So yeah, we have entities, power-ups, players, and goals. And moves that are happening. Okay. Is it easier that I just rewrite it into a different, like, crate here? We don't have tests for the levels. It's going to be easier if I just rewrite this. I'm not sure. Can I make game state? What if I just rename this into game state old? Right? And we're going to have this new game state. Do you like Godot? I heard you like Rust, Icy. Right? How is it going with you and Rust? Did you look more into it? Are you ready to write Rust in Godot so that you can like both at the same time? What are Godot Rust writing like? I think they are not good. It's like the C API that they have, but I'm not sure. From what I have heard from other people, if you are doing Godot, it's better if you just do Godot script, because that's what the engine is focused on. Okay, we're going to have all of the same things here. Evan, MMO with a raid. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you. Usually language mixing is a beta, but I was about to say Godot already does that with C++ versus JavaScript. Your friends tried Godot C# and looked surprisingly good. I don't know. I never tried Godot. The only other engine that I have ever tried is the Bevy engine, which is what this game originally was made in for the Bevy gem. JavaScript is kind of annoying because it's focused more on being dynamic. Type hints and stuff feels kind of tacked on. Yeah, I know. Type hints is something that they have just added in the Godot 4, right? This is very new. This is just like in Python, the type hints in Python. This is probably what it feels like. And yes, in Python it is also kind of feels like tacked on. Did I use C++ before Rust? For my games, no. Movie engine better than Godot. Nice. Yeah, that is true. Evan engine is probably better than Godot too. Although it's not Rust, but do you write TypeScript? Or is it just JavaScript? Are you doing GMTK, Evan? Well, it's going to be the game jam soon for us. Custom TypeScript library, yeah. TypeScript is nice. So like before doing Rust, I was looking into different languages. TypeScript was one of the best ones, but I was doing C#. I tried also like D language, for example. C++ is something that like I did a small game once in C++, and I just don't want to go back. When you did Ludwig, you didn't even have a library, just copy paste a mess. Oh, so it's just like you have an you're still making your own engine, basically, is what you're saying. Okay. GMTK is starting in 1 day and 5 hours. This is a 2-day game jam. Zig would have suited you as well. Yeah, I think if I saw Zig before Rust, then I would definitely go into Zig, but now we want more static checks. Like the more checks you can put into compile time compared to runtime, the better, because this is going to make your code a lot more maintainable in the long run. So I cannot imagine a language that is that has less static checks than Rust now. Okay, anyway, we are rewriting the game from scratch very slowly. What has it been? 1.5 hours? We're still having nothing, but for those of you who just joined, I am rewriting my linksider game from turn-based logic into an event-based logic so that moves can happen at the same time. You're giving up on game dev? Why? I mean, it's not that bad. I think you just, I think if you want to make a game, you just need to ignore all of the issues and just, yeah. Like, you should not make your own engine. You should not look into new, the new programming languages. You just make a game. My only plan and chance was to ignore mobile and go in Steam, but then Valve reacts to reports of games getting blocked from Steam over AI issues. The company said it believes AI will have a role to play in the future of game development. At the same time, the legal uncertainty surrounding AI might prove to be a sticking point in the near future. So they're blocking the AI. Are you making your game with AI? I mean, we're not, so it doesn't matter to us. It was probably good that they're blocking AI content because that would lead to a flood. You don't have Kuvi as a friend. ChatGPT is your only friend. I don't even have ChatGPT. I have no friends. Okay. What are we doing? Says always, of course, when you ask ChatGPT, should we participate in the game jam? It never says no. Oh, by the way, speaking about AI and game jams, I think it's not only Steam that is blocking AI. If you look at the GMTK rules, this game jam, like Ludum Dare is something that allows you to use AI, right? But if you look at the rules of this game jam, can I use generative AI to create art, music, or code for me? This year, we're asking you, do not use AI tools like ChatGPT or Midjourney while making your game. All the code, art, music, and written text and so on should be made by a human. Okay, so they are forbidding AI to participate in this game jam. We always quote Icy and Davey. Already booked his jam time for the rest of the year. Huh? It's going to be an issue a lot for the current internet culture. AI is trained on human contributions, but once sites get flooded with AI content, it will get stale. Yeah, I agree. I'm not even trying to use AI. I'm not convinced. Anyway, let's try doing a little bit of progress here. A little bit of progress. Here's our old game state. Here's our new game state. Can I iterate over the binary heap, by the way? I don't use this thing often. And speaking about binary heap, it keeps the biggest item at the top, right? Oh, hold on. Minimum heap. Either reserve or custom order implementation can be used to make binary heap a minimum heap. Yes, because we wanted the smallest time. Reverse. Yeah, I think we basically do this implementation. And we want to reverse the ordering here. Let's make it look nicer. So when we're comparing times, we're going to reverse the ordering here. But for the IDs, it's going to be the regular. They say AI will be making moves soon, but honestly, do we need it? It only you only really watch movies filmed by a single dude, couple chicks, and cell phone camera. Yeah, like it's like I don't know. Uh, it's like AAA versus indie games, something like that. Not to distract you from the most interesting STD there is, the Rust STD, but have you checked this out? What is this? Wonder Studio, an AI tool that automates. No, no, no. I'm literally like not checking any AI tools ever. Yeah, it will be awesome. It will save lives and gives us a lot of awesome stuff, but it's gonna be a handful of normal people and pretty much every big corporation that profits from it. I see AI as a tool that helps do the work that we already know how to do, you know, but like I don't see it as a good thing for creative stuff, like creating like it can help you create the animations like we have seen in this thing, for example. But yeah, I'm not using it even for simple stuff anyway. Yeah, I just like staring at my code and thinking about it myself. Stable. I'm not sure if I'm going to have stable for now. Okay, so we are going to have entities, power-ups, selected player, and goals. And current time and moves. Okay. So right now over here, this try start moves takes the hash map ID input. This means that we can give input to multiple players at the same time, but we have the selected player here technically. Yeah, and I was thinking this should be not part of the game state, the player selection, but not sure. You want to code yourself, you just want AI for things you cannot do, like make AAA art. Well, I just say that I don't need AAA art. I can do my paint art. I'm okay with my paint art. Like I literally just do this, okay? And here's my guy that I'm going to play as. Programmer art is better than AAA art. Okay, let's go here. The initialization is going to be the same. Pretty sure. We started the 0 time of moves. An empty binary heap. Nothing is happening in the very beginning, right? This is just the empty game state. Now we are initializing. I want to rewrite this logic also a little bit, I think. For level, for entity. Level entities. We insert a new entity, yeah. ChatGPT is so often much better regarding documentation than developers' own documentation. Good example, Unreal Engine. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I'm not sure if you could really rely on that documentation anyway. You're just saying that we cannot rely on Unreal Engine's documentation either. Here's the example, openly available. Large language model. 16 hours ago. 45 stars. Wait, what is happening? Why is this? Alright. 8 commits. It started 16 hours ago. How did you learn about it, Hitas, if it already has been created just 16 hours ago? Anyway, you guys can talk about AI if you want. Wasn't there like a petition to stop AI from like progressing that a lot of people have been signing? What happened to that thing? Falcon has been in the works for half a year, and earlier releases of smaller models like 7 billion parameter model. Okay. Okay, so hold on. I think at this point I just need to... I'm going to rename this back game state, and I'm actually moving this. It's going to be easier. I want to derive a clone here. Let's derive a clone. Entity move does not have a clone. Okay, entity move is something that is different. Struct entity move. I don't know. Let me just rename this to entity processing. I don't know. I'm going to rename this to the entity move later, I think. Time is going to go into its own thing. All right. So we need to merge this thing and that thing also, just like the game state. Do I need the move type? New position, used input. I think I'm just going to do it like that, sure. Because these are the things that we need for animating and for doing the sound effects, I think. Entity ID. We had it stored in the collection before, now it is in a priority queue or whatever. These moves, what has happened? Power-ups have been collected. So moves is something that has happened in between the turns before. And the collected power-ups was a special thing because, so like, the moves is something that is happening immediately, right? But the power-ups are being collected, I guess some of the events are happening instantly compared to the moving entities. So I think instead of the collected power-ups, the actual system must have events that like are happening. Specifically, I'm going to not have this collected power-up. Let me have a enum event, and one of the events is the collected power-up. This is one of the things that can happen. All right. Now we have a lot of issues over here in our systems, obviously. And our player cannot find type game state. Wait, why not? Why can you not find the type game state? Here it is. Oh, because it's not public anymore. I see. It should be public. Okay, I think the only thing that doesn't work right now is these systems. Hope you're doing well. We're doing pretty well here. I am currently in the process of rewriting the game basically from scratch, but also keeping the old code, which makes it like twice as hard, but I'm doing good anyway, because I believe that it's going to be much better than we had before. I'm working on the linksider. Not sure if you tried the linksider yet. The puzzle game. And hopefully I can finish this work before GMTK, which is in 2 days. Okay, let's take a look at one of the systems that is happening. For example, we have the this slide system, right? Yes. So this is us doing the slide. So we can only slide on this downside when the sliding part is below us. Cannot slide on the walls. Sliding on this. Okay, so basically, yeah. I see. So over here, we actually have everything. The only thing that we need to add to our systems is the amount of time it takes for the specific turn to happen. So for example, a slide is just going to be a regular move. So I'm going to say that end time for this move is going to be current time plus like this time is not in seconds, right? It's just in like some units. So I'm going to say that currently every turn is 1. So for now I want to like put 1 here basically. So I'm going to say time I don't know, let's call this tick for now, or like I don't know, 1. Let's call it 1. The Linux that I'm using is the NixOS. If you were wondering about the distribution, the desktop environment is GNOME. Okay, so just like we have 0, I also want to have 1. Okay, so this is it. And the other thing is tiles reserved, right? So in order for me to reserve, so we are sliding, right? Which means that this entity is going to move from this position to the next position. Does reserved, this is a hash set of this, right? Yeah, okay. So we have a previous position and new position basically. Entity, okay, let me say that previous position is entity position. That is easier for me to understand. So we are going to reserve previous position and new position into iterator and collect into a hash set, I guess. That's how we do it. So those are the tiles that we reserve for the slide to happen. And we're going, it's basically going to be exactly the same. So currently the tiles reserved, we're going to ignore them so that multiple things can happen at the same time. But after everything works, I'm going to resolve conflicts too. All right, so process power-ups. This is going to return a list of events. So instead of pushing this is going to be the event power-up collected. So right now we only have one type of the event. This is the fact that power-up has been collected, but maybe we will have more. So yeah, basically we have two things. One thing that is happening over time, which is a move, and the other thing that is happening instantly, and this is an event, right? I think that makes sense. Maybe instead of returning, we need to pass a closure here that we're going to call. Not sure which API is better. I don't think it matters, so let's keep it like that for now. So yeah, now we just need to fix 1,000 errors now that we have changed the model a little bit. So yeah, process turn is something that we don't have anymore. Process turn is something that we don't have anymore. Because we don't have turns anymore in the game. Instead, we can update the time over here. We have update function, which takes the time that we need to update. So try start moves. This is what we need to implement. So I think I need to move this over here. And see what needs to happen. And move. I'm going to do nothing here. But this panics and this doesn't panic, so it's just a comment for now. So try start moves. What are we going to do? Let's see. So what were we doing before? What were we doing before? In order to process the turn, we see so check moves is the function that returns the moves for all the entities. So this is basically the try start moves here, right? So check moves is us collecting the list of entity moves that we want to happen. I guess we can still have as ID. So this means that this returns the move that is going to happen for every entity that is going to start moving. And then we're going to check for conflicts eventually. And actually perform the moves after there are no conflicts here, I think. So I think try start moves is just this thing. Also we have previous position stored inside the entities. Like, I want to know if an entity is currently performing a move too, right? So, I not only want the moves as a binary heap, so because I not only want to know what is the next move that is going to end, but also I want to know if any entities are currently moving. But we can store this information inside the entity, I guess. So we have the previous move. Which is interesting. I don't think we need to serialize these things. I just need to delete this implementation, I think. Entity move. All right. The previous move. Do I need the previous move? I think I need the previous move, and I also need the current move. Right? So there's going to be some if it is currently happening. It's going to compile not very soon. There's a lot of things that I need to fix. Add entity. Is this function even called at all? Add entity? Guess it doesn't. Delete that then. So stability. What is the stability of the game state also? Fine, let me have stable as a boolean here. I just not really sure what should the stability mean yet in this new system. Is any of the levels still using the version 0? I'm going to copy this here. Move this here. What is this? A type of value. Trait from iterator position is not implemented for vec2. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the tiles that we are reserving are just... It's probably going to call it cells instead of tiles. Let's call them cells. So we don't care about the rotation of the tile when we reserve them. Whatever. Okay. I think this is the hardest part here, the processing of the turns. Or did we figure this out already? I think we figured it out, I just didn't write it yet. So process turn impl is something that we will not have. So stability is something that we figured out if we were if we tried processing the turn without input and then nothing has happened, then this means that this game state is stable. That's how we figured it out before. So maybe we can do the same stuff, but for now I can just never make it stable. It's whatever. Process turn, this just does not exist anymore at all. Process turn impl, this also is not going to exist. But we do set the previous position and previous move for everything. and process collection of the power-ups. This happens after the moves have happened, I think. But now, what is going to happen is that instead of so like what happened here before is that we were processing the turn, we were calculating the turns here. It's like we see that the player is pressing the right button, so the player needs to move one block to the right. So we move it to the right immediately, and then because the player has moved to the right immediately, we see that the power up has been collected immediately, right? But now we need to collect the power up only after the move has ended, right? So we're going to process the power ups only at specific turn. So like try start moves, right? I think this deserves a better name. It's not only trying to start moves, it's like trying to figure out what is going to happen next, basically. One of the things that can happen is that we can collect a power-up. So one of the things that is going to happen here is power-ups process. These events is something that we are going to need to handle eventually. So basically this means that the power-up is going to be the first thing that we process. This means that it's going to be a priority before performing the move. Yes. And then, also, by the way, we need to like be able to iterate over all the entities that are currently not performing the moves. I think in all of the systems, we need to go over state entities that are like, so how do we call this? Like there are entities that are currently doing something or entities that are not doing something. How do you call this thing? Is that what people use ChatGPT for? To name things properly in the code, I think. That would be a good use for an AI, I think. To name variables in code. I was also thinking that maybe instead of having this as a flag, I could just make it a different field here. Instead of having, we could have entities and like currently moving entities. I can call this stable entities. Let's me do a stable entities. Right? Stable entities are entities that are not currently moving. Like this. So the power-ups can only be collected by the entities that are not currently moving. which makes sense. So power-ups. Sure. So I think stability just means that nothing is moving, right? In our thing here. Stable. Self moves is empty. Just like that. Can I instruct the random moves? Okay. Previous position and previous move is the only thing that I need to like not forget here. Previous position and previous moves is being used for something. I'm actually wondering what. I don't remember what this is used for. Let me make sure that I have this here. But other than that, this can go away. And let's go forward. Now, so the previous move matters for the magnet, for example, over here. Because the magnet is something that's consistent of 2 moves. If we climb the wall, then it's 2 moves. Yeah. Alright. There's a continuation of the magnet move, and then there's the actual magnet move. Why is there only the continue move? Where's the regular move? I think the regular move is in the regular move. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. When we're continuing the move, let me just make sure. End time, state, current time plus 1. And then we do cells reserved. Let me do previous position again here. Cells reserves is previous position, cell, and new position, cell. This is going to be pretty much it for all. So every time we want to move, we are reserving both tiles. I think one of the hardest moves that are going to be able to solve is the pushing of the box. Like, what happens if two different players want to push two different boxes all in the same position? Because we need to not only cancel the boxes, but also the players themselves. We'll see, we'll see. We will see. So, right, like over here, when we're doing a push of a box, this is like in Sokoban, right? I don't want this move to be conflicting with this move, which means that this only reserves one block, which is the next. It is almost like these two moves needs to be like a one move of two entities at the same time. So it's not like the entity move, I think, needs to be able to have multiple entities to have multiple entities IDs at the same time, because they move like together. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I think this is the hardest logic in the game, the pushing of the blocks. Okay, jump. Jump. End time. Time +1. And cells reserved. So the cells that we're going to reserve are the path. Is blocked. If something was blocked, then we need to path truncate. So cells reserved is path. We convert this into a hash set. This means that this needs to be mutable. Okay, gravity. We have two more files with errors, I think. It doesn't mean that it's going to work, because this is just one of the crates with just the logic. Here's the gravity state. So for now, we're just going to say the same. Like, the time of the gravity move is still going to be one tile at a time. But then we'll be able to do this differently later. And cells reserved are entity position cell and position cell. Okay. Goal. Entity move. The move of entering the goal is interesting. end time plus reserved. Like that. Okay. System. Function is never used. Wait, really? No, it is used. This is never used. Because this is never used. Okay, check moves is never used. Yes, because over here we need to do... So check moves was returning the collection of entity moves. Can I just reuse this? So check moves is just us calculating the moves. Let's do this. Check moves. Oh, we need the configuration here. Is that right? And then performing the moves is like ending the move, right? We update the entity position to be equal to the new position of the entity move, and we are removing the goal and removing the entities. Yeah, I see. I see. We only have one input here though. Check moves. This was less generic than we have right now. Right now we have technically the ability to specify a different input for every entity, but yeah. Check moves. I think I'm going to over here. I'm just going to inline this in the try start moves, right? We are just calculating entity moves. It's going to be a collection of entity moves, right? We need the configuration here. Did we pass the config? Like that? So this is based on the selected player. Like I'm trying to change more than the minimal amount here, but like previously we were only having one input, and basically everyone except for the selected player was doing the skip input. I feel like this is not hard though, so let me do this. Date. I'm not going to have selected player here. Input for check entity move is going to be inputs get entity ID right? Unwrap or input skip. There you go. And we're going to have it copied. Okay. These are the moves that are happening when we're checking this specific entity. I think this returns a list only because only one thing can move two things at the same time, which is pushing another entity. Entity moves. Extend moves. Okay. Can't find function check moves in this scope. Well, yeah. Okay, so these are the entity moves. And all we really do is we do self moves, extend, entity moves, right? So we could insert there immediately, but we want to check for conflicts at some point. We'll see. Previous position and previous move. I'm not sure about these things yet. Ending the move is this performing the move. We're going to set the entity positions and everything. We only have one move here. Entity move. So we're going to change the entity that this entity move was about. This entity should be not static. The position is equal to previous position. We update the position. We also say that, I think, is it here? I'm not sure. I need to see what previous position and previous move is being used, I think. And if it was entering the goal, then we remove the goal and we remove the entity from the world. Alright. Well, I mean, something has happened in this code, and the crate is even being compiled. Hello, rewrite man. Hello, Arya. One day he will run out of new names. And hello, Pigorly. Never? Oh. Yeah, I guess it is never, because I'm going to never run out of new titles for the streams, right? Okay, okay. Now over here. We have the player. This is the history, like the way that we rewind. Finally, it is also needs to be changed. So we don't. Yeah, I think what we need. Now, if you keep the stream title constant, I'll have some thinking to do. Yeah. Okay. I think in order to save the entire history of the game, it's not just. I think we just need copies of the game state, because the moves that are happening are now stored inside the game state. Right? So we can just clone this specifically, and the time is also there. It's just that the position that we are like rewinding to is no longer an integer, right? It's going to be time, because we yeah. We can be anywhere. There's no such thing as a turn anymore. Yeah, we just have the list of game state. I think that is all we really need. This is our current playback position. This is where we are rewinding to. Playback position is also going to be time, I think, actually. But there needs to be like the index into these states also that we maintain, but we can also find the index easily because the times are being sorted here, so we can do a binary search. Animation time to animate one game tick. Now this is something that we don't need. We don't have ticks. And the animation here is having games, previous state, moves, and t, right? We don't need that anymore. What we need in order to draw the animation is literally the game state. And the time, I think. Current state animation frame. Yeah. I think we don't have this. We just have the state and we have the time. T time. This is the time at which we are. I thought you already finished the rewrite. No. I'm not sure if I'm going to even finish it today, but we'll see. We'll see. Like, I have rewritten the logic. I didn't test it yet, right? Because we cannot really test it without the visuals. Too busy pirating Linux, I guess. Yeah. End of history. Okay. So playback position is the time, right? Which means that we just need to find the index inside the state which has this. So we need to do what we need to do here. GMTK jam is 28 hours. Yeah, we know. Some people are already like collaborating with each other in my chat. Like I think Icy and Davey are doing it together, and also Mickey. Like I was asking people if they want to join me and make a game with me, but everybody ignored my request, and instead people started collaborating with each other in my chat. Can you imagine? You'll make a game without me? Okay. As you're going to end up with a very big team, I guess. Did you get Nerdzel already too, right? So it's going to be Icy, Nerdzel, Davey, and Mickey. Okay, this is 4 people already, and now it's going to be Arya. And Pigorli also says that is making a game without me. Does it mean that Pigorli is making a game with Icy too? Going to be a good game. If you could snatch up a ring so you can win a gem too. Use Unreal and you will do something. It looks like I'm going to just have to make the GMTK solo. But if you have Mickey and rings, I think you should also try asking Brainoid then. I think Brainoid has helped a lot on the Ludwig gem for us to win there. You want to make music yourself? Okay. Okay, well, let's see. You have process move. What does this even mean? And when do we call this function? I have no idea. But I think we call process move over here when we are pressing the button, basically. So this is where we do the update. But if animation is none. So yeah, over here, look at this. So here's what we had previously. Previously, you could only press the button to do the move if no animation is happening, right? So this is why when another player is stuck jumping up and down, you needed to be holding the button while while we are going from the previous turn to the next turn. But now we are going to be able to do this at any point in time, so there's going to be no if here. We're going to just say that history player process move. Do I just need the same API technically here, like update? We're going to have config here, we're going to have input here, and we're going to have the time. What is this timeline input? Delta time 0. Let's see. Delta time. I think we need to have like actually time here. Do we? I mean, whatever. We can convert from floating points to the regular time here. If playback position is equal. So there should be no ifs here anymore. Logotipchik. Low. Update returns the update. Interesting. I think we need to not return the update. What is timeline input? Your game has started looking like a miniature kind of piece. Kind of because of the physics. I don't understand what it means. Miniature kind of piece. What does it mean? Piece of art? Oh, okay. Do you have your game available somewhere? What are you making? You're just making a game? Not for a game jam, not for anything? Trying to release something or... Oh wait, Pixel. You're the bike dude, yeah. I remember your name now, yeah. The mono bike. So you're working on that. Yeah, that's good, that's good. You should be working on that. It's cool. He was a YouTuber for a decade. What happened then, after the decade has ended? You stopped doing YouTube now? You got a job with the graphics card company? Nice. You were doing YouTube for the graphics card company, is that right? Nice. I guess. Hold on. I'm really close. I'm really close here. It's actually quite boring. Okay. I have no idea. I never worked as a YouTube guy. Trying to make games. I don't know. I think everything can be fun if you want to make it fun, I think. Okay, so what do I think I want the same exact API for the video player as for our actual model here. We are literally going to say update, right? Update. Like the implementation is going to be different, but the API is going to be the same. Like like the player of the game just has a rewinding in addition to this updating, right? So in case we are let me see, update delta time. Delta time can be a floating point number here. Simulation step handler. So this still is going to make us... No, I don't want the simulation state handler. I want the event handler, which is going to handle the events, right? The events from the game. Like, we only have one event right now, which is the power-up has been collected, right? But I mean, technically, there is also other events that are happening, which is the beginning of the move and the end of the move. I was watching someone else make the exact same system earlier on Twitch. Like, you mean the replay system? Like that? Jitspo? It's Jitspo. Wait, is Jitspo doing the same stuff? Am I copying Jitspo? Hold on. Wait. I wasn't not in Jitspo. Like Jitspo is streaming during the night for me. I'm not sure what he's doing, so I'm not copying Jitspo, you know? Okay? I had this idea for a long time. So Jitspo is doing this in Godot script? Is this kind of different? Well, wait, but why does he need this? Why does he need this for this game? Is he doing it for the Feast of the Forgotten, right? He will not tell us? Spoiler? Is he... Wait, hold on. Maybe Jitspo is copying linksider. He had the idea to make the better version of linksider before I started working on it. There's screens in the level. What am I doing? Well, maybe Pigorli knows everything about Jitspo, what he's doing. I am doing a system, which... so, like, we have Pigorli inside the game, the replay system, right? So that you can undo the moves, redo the moves, and then like reset the game by rewinding it to the very beginning, right? So previously our game was turn-based, so we have 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, and something like this, right? So I stored the copy of the entire game state here, 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 and here, and in between we have the animation happening, right? But right now we are changing it so that our game is not going to be a turn-based anymore, but we have basically events that are happening, right? Over here the player has started moving, and over here the player has ended the move, right? And something else had happened in between, so I'm recording these events instead, and having the timeline of my player to be constituted of these events instead. Does that make sense? Jitsi did that. Yeah, so why did he do that? To save replays too? Because it's less amount of memory compared to saving every single frame, obviously, right? I'm doing this more because of like, that's how I want to do logic. But I guess technically this can be used for a lot of games, not only for my like puzzle games, but for regular games too. Like Counter-Strike is doing the same stuff, apparently. Now, demo replays and replays within the game. Yeah. So basically the same stuff. We have replays within the game too. And we have already the same in so in the farting game, right? We have multiplayer that is working in the same way. So this game has multiplayer, and the way it works is that we are literally seeing the replay of other people. And this just is saving the keyframes, which is whenever the input of whenever the input has changed. So we don't store every single frame. We can do simulation in between the keyframes, basically. So yeah, so this means that I actually did the system before Jitspo, right? Because I did this for the farting game before. It's like a little different right now, but it's also kind of the same. Okay. Jitspo is copying me. All right, now we have figured it out. Who is copying who? I mean, it makes sense. I imagine a lot of people doing the same stuff, actually. because it just makes sense to do this. Okay, we have the update method. We update based on the input. The input here is going to be optional input. We say optional because we're going to pause the game if no input is happening and nothing is happening on the screen, so we're not going to progress the time then. Right? Playback position in target position. Interesting. I think now we're going to have, hold on. We have playback position and target position. I think when we're playing the game, the target is going to be exactly equal. So it's going to be one of the two states here. Struct state, or rather enum state, where we are either actually playing the game, right, with yeah, we're either actually playing the game or we are rewinding the current position and target position is this, because we want to have the, for the rewinding, the animation effect. But then we're playing the game, we're going to just forward the update into the game logic here. Do I just remove this and do it all from scratch here? I think so. I just redo this. This is not a very long file. It's just 150 lines. I think it's going to be easier to just write it from scratch. Process move is something that we're not going to have. This. What language is this? This is Rust. Okay, let's do this. Update. Update is something that we're going to have. Savvy boy, hi. What is the must data structures used in the work? Could I try your web app for a sub, please? I mean, I can take a look at it if there is nothing bad there. Are you going to? Okay. I mean, you can put a link there, but if there is something bad there, I'm going to ban you. What is the master data structures used in work? I think there is no data structures that you really need. Like, it depends on the work that you're doing, right? Okay, this actually does not look bad. Let's see. Lead code. A master manipulator of a race whose wickedness knows no bounds. He delights in inflicting torturous problems on his adversaries, leaving his foes tangled in a web of complexity. Accompanying him is his trusty slug, Slimothy. What does this mean? This is just you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 problems that you can solve. Avatar, short, bun, none. Wait, is this oh, I see. It's just when you are hovering over the thing. It's weird, you know, over here you can customize your character, right? But I expect when I clicked on the button and then I on accident at the same time hovered on the none. I did not expect this to change based on hovering, basically. But okay, sure. Still, you can customize yourself for whatever reason. You can write JavaScript, Python, or Swift. Can you write Rust? We are Rust enthusiasts here. Can you at least give me something with types, like TypeScript? I guess Swift has types. Write a function that takes two integers and returns their sum. num1 plus num2. Submit. Submit button is on the very right, and I'm looking on the left. Like I need like you see how big this window is, and the submit button is on the very right. I almost missed the fact that it was there. Coffee unlocked. The avatar. Okay, now we have coffee because I have solved one thing. Next. Write a function that takes an array of integers and a target value. The array will always contain exactly one unique occurrence of the target value. Your task is to find and return the index of the target value in the array. Okay. Well, I don't remember how to write Swift. What do I write? Python? Let's write Python. Not that I'm good with Python either. Last time I have written this is like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Return the index of the target value in the array. Okay, for I in range length array. Oh, you have auto completion here too. Byte array. Actually have completion here. Can you write me, can you run code in the browser? Also, I'm assuming when you do submit, it's not being run in the browser, right? It's sending this to your server and you actually test stuff. Yeah, it's an API, okay. Makes sense. How does the auto-completion work here, though? Like, it needs to run a Python interpreter in the browser to do that, no? It's just a package? Okay. Well, I guess people know how to do that. It will probably not work for Swift, though, or for, like, C++. Okay, if array I is equal to target, return I, and by default we return none. That it? Like, what if it does not there? Oh, it always contains exactly one. Okay. There you go. Cat unlocked. Now we have the cat. I like the idea that you like do this, but let's say that your stuff becomes popular, right? So you are going to draw some new stuff after every problem. Like, in order for this to be good, you need like 1,000 problems, right? Several thousand problems. So you write a new thing for everything, for every problem. Where is the dark mode? Avatar? Oh, it's, yeah, I see. Where is the dark mode? Moon? On the top left on avatar. Oh, this thing? Okay. Write a number that takes in an array of integers and a target value. Your task is to return the number of occurrences. Can I just go back? Oh, wait, you don't save my code? You need to save my code that I have done for the previous task, I think. Also. Is that how you write this in Python? I think that is how you write it in Python. No, it's not it. Oh, I need to return. Yeah. I forgot that we need to return in other programming languages that are not Rust. There you go. We have a poster now. Find single. Write a function that takes an array and integers where every element appears twice. Except for one element that appears only one time. Okay. Let. And what let? I cannot write anything except for Rust these days. Okay, result is equal to 0 for x in array. Result XOR equal x. Return result. This looks awesome. Please keep simplicity if possible. Yeah, I think the simplicity is nice. I think the only thing is that the submit button is over there on the very right. It should be like over here instead. Oh, like at, I don't know, somewhere it should be. It feels weird that we're only using this part of the screen, and then for submit I need to go over there. Next. How many? I think this is the last one, right? Write a function that takes in an array of integers and a target number. There are only two special numbers in the array that add up to the target number. Return the sum of the indices of the special numbers. Boss question. Okay. Okay, find the two indices that add up to the target number. Okay. Okay. By. Wait, what if I do while true? Hold on. While true, pass. Submit. What is going to happen? Needs visual assembly? Okay. Cactus unlocked. Wait. I have unlocked a cactus by just submitting an infinite loop? Well, so okay. You need to tell me what happened here exactly, right? You need to tell me that you have like a time limit. Not, yeah. Especially like you have multiple test cases, right? I think some of the test cases are going to time limit, some cases are going to like fail with an exception, right? Like raise exception. Ooh. What is going to happen then? Exception. Okay, there you go. So exceptions work correctly, but time limits don't work correctly. Also, I'm wondering like what is going to happen if I'm just going to say like while true array plus equal 0. I don't know. I in range 100,000. I don't know, something like this, so that I can do a memory limit. Can you do you limit the memory? How do you run this thing? Am I going to crash your server? Oh shit! What is happening? I don't even have the. I don't even have the result. What happened? I just submitted and nothing worked. Test error. Submit. It just returns me a nothing. Try light mode. I mean, we were in the light mode in the beginning. Do you think it's not going to be a bug in the light mode? No. I'm looking at the terminal, right, at the console. You don't have anything here. I think it's the problem on the back end, not on the front end. So like memory limit and time limit, I think. is something that is that can happen when you write a system like this. Right now I check if array returned is true, but you also need to say if array is empty. Wait, what array is empty? I mean, there should be an error, actually. You need to distinguish between the memory limits and time limits, like ideally, you know? If you are running this as a process, like, you know the exit code of the process and everything. Remote code execution is very hard. Yeah, I know. Do you know about this? I worked on this thing, on Code Forces. You know what this is? This is like similar stuff for competitive programming. Okay, so to solve this, we need to save the index by the number so that we solve this efficiently. Like you can do, like technically. So I'm assuming like one of the solutions here is for I in range length array, and then we do for j in range I, and we do if array I plus array j is equal to target, then we return the I plus j, right? So this is going to be the solution. Yes. So this is not this should not be the solution here. I'm pretty sure, because this is not efficient. This is the complexity of this algorithm is the n squared, but you can do this in linear using the dictionaries and hash tables. But since we passed this, I guess this is all. I have solved all the problems here. Nice. Good job. This is fun. Dun, dun, dun. But there is a lot of work here, I imagine, and I think the like coming up with the problems is also pretty hard. It depends on like what do you want, or like what level are you targeting? Do you want hard problems there or easy problems? I feel like there is a lot of easy problems there already, though. No? Do you want to teach people with programming with this stuff, or I'm not sure what is the like what is the target audience of lead code. I'm not sure. I have done competitive programming before. You're going to try and get grind 75 on it. What is grind 75? I have no idea what it is. All right. Anyway, so we can now continue with the rewrite here. Okay, so we're going to be updating our player, progressing the time, having some input, event handler is something that we need to do the sounds. That's the only reason we need this, I think. I think there is more than just the collection of the power-ups, though, that we need to handle here. We need to handle multiple things that can happen, right? It may be the beginning of the move, or it may be the end of the move here also. So I just don't want these things to be Or do I want them to be events? Actually, maybe we just do this over here. Start, move, entity move. So this move has started, right? And then let's call this move started. And then let's call this move ended, right? Those are the other two events that can happen. And then we will do sound effects accordingly. I'm not generating those events yet, but we will. So over here, when we are doing the update, yeah. Also, we started doing this, right? Our state is either playing the game or rewinding with an N. I guess let's call it mode because we have game states. Mode. Auto continue. We'll see if I need that. So mode by default is going to be playing the game. Okay. We can just implement playing the game without the rewind first. So let's see, update. Update. We're going to match self mode. If it is mode playing, then it's one thing. If it's mode rewinding, then it's going to be another thing. Specifically, yeah, whatever. Let me just do this over here. So here's our rewind. I think auto continue is something that does not matter anymore. Auto continue was there because I was considering playing the game and rewinding to be the same thing, but now they are properly separated. I think we don't need the auto continue anymore. We just have the list of states. This is just the history and then the mode that we're doing right now. So when we are rewinding, Bevy is better. You're asking for me to ban you? Is that right, Bigorly? Okay, so all that we need to do here really is oh, hello, Pomo. How are you doing? We don't have the bot running right now because I'm too lazy to figure out how to make it work. Yeah, so the hello Pomo command also doesn't work. But hello, Pomo. I'm currently doing the replay system for the game that we have just rewritten from being turn-based game to being a different, and apparently Jitspo was doing the same recently, creating a replay system. Okay, so if we are rewinding, we see that the difference between the current position and the target position let me just do this. Target position minus current position. This is the difference, right? So the speed, basically we are doing it so that the rewinding is faster if we are rewinding far away, and it's slower if we are rewinding not very far away. So this is what we're doing right now. We divide by animation time. This is something that I'm going to not have here. Change. Okay, and then we'll do here playback position is equal to target position. And over here we say playback position plus equal like F from F32 here. And then we return the update. If auto continue. Auto continue basically meant that we were playing the game. And update, we were returning this so that we can play some sounds. This is not going to happen then. When we're rewinding, no sounds are going to be played. Okay, so this is a rewinding basically handled, I think. There's also timeline input. Well, we will see, we will see. So the last thing that we need is in order to play the game, I'm just going to do this. So when we're restarting, we say that our mode is going to be equal to mode rewind. Current position is our current position. Let me rename this to current time and this to target time. Okay, so restart is just us starting the rewind to the target time is going to be 0. So rewinding to the beginning. Undo is us rewinding to the previous turn, but like over here, there needs to be something here. Let me do a to do, I think, because we need to find like the next stable state or whatever. And change player selection is when we select the other player. Hmm. Player selection, like, should it be part of the game state? I'm not sure. Maybe, potentially. But let me do a to-do here too, because I'm not sure. But now that we have done the rewinding, I think it's just that like, the restart is going to work. Playing. So when we're playing the game, I'm just going to say self states. I like need a current state for the playing, I think. Playing is going to have a game state inside. So just for recorded, the player input, he's also recorded entity positions on some sort of interval. So he could resync. Yes. That's what I did too in the farting game. Like, so that some floating point. Recording player input was probably not the right thing to do. Why not? The event should be recorded. What is the event and how is it different from the actual input? I mean, you're saying that it's not the keyboard input that should be recorded, but like what the keyboard input is changed into in terms of game logic. But yeah, I guess. Yeah. So like in the farting game, I convert the keyboard input into like the input that is like logical, and then this is the thing that I save, you know? Not the actual key that I have pressed. So playing is going to have the current game state that we are going to be playing, right? Playing state. And then this is going to be the history, which is the previous game states, and then originally it's going to be empty. Is that right? Or is that not right? That is probably not exactly right. The logic I had previously is that the last state in the history is the current state that we're playing, basically. But maybe this is also good. Let's try this approach. Maybe I changed it later. So when we're playing a game state, we're just doing state update. That's the new thing that we have done. We have the inputs is going to be different, obviously. The delta time is going to be time from seconds delta time. Then we have config. This should be the config of the logic, right? And inputs over here. So inside the game, we can only press left and right, but the logic technically can accept different inputs for all the different entities, right? So over here, I'm going to say to create the inputs, I'm going to say inputs, I'm going to say if let, it's going to be called input, if let some input is input, then inputs insert, and also if some ID is state selected entity, then we insert for the entity ID the input, right? So this is the only entity that we're currently controlling, but maybe, like technically the logic can have it so that multiple entities are being controlled at the same time. And then the simulation step handler. Let's see what's going to happen here. So simulation step handler is something that is being called so that we can record the history, right? And I think should it be called in the beginning or in the end? I feel like it should only happen if something has actually changed. Which means that I think we need to see if some move I'm just going to do the same here. So after we started the move, if we have the earliest ending move, and if earliest ending move end time is less than, should it be less than or equal? I think it should be less than or equal to target time. Then current time is going to be equal to earliest ending move end time. So we are progressing towards the earliest ending move, right? And over here is where I want to call the simulation step handler. So I'm doing this minimal function, this min function manually here. Okay, and then I do continue, and otherwise, basically, if this did not happen, right? Oh, wait, why while? It should be an if let. So otherwise we just do self current time is equal to target time. So nothing has happened here. We just, nothing happened. So we don't need to record the history. Okay, so simulation step handler is something that can record the history. Did I check the art yet? Oh, actually, no. Should I? I didn't merge your branch. And I'm changing a lot of code right now. Should we check the new stuff? Okay. Git stash. Pull. Okay. I'm ready to pull the changes. Let's do it. Should I? Well, I mean, why should I not? Like, could we just force in main? Did I not work just in the main branch? Do you work in the other branch? I think it, I don't know. I tried doing it differently. It just doesn't matter if I want to do in the project alone. I guess we're not doing it alone right now. Because Davey is also, but Davey is not working on the code. Okay, so let's see what has changed. We can see that the background has changed at the very least. Do we check some of the new levels? Do we check inside the game? Pause champ. Oh, look at this. We have the UI. Play all the levels. All right. Okay, this is the first level. Wait, hold on. So this is light mode now. I like the UI over the buttons. Not sure about this line at the top here, though. But okay. I'm not sure. Do you think light mode is better? Okay, this is still the same. Light mode is better, yes. What do other people think? Also, this jump is huge. Why my own engine, by the way? Because I can. It's better when I can control stuff, even if we have less features. It doesn't matter. If you want to make a game, you should use an existing engine. When I started the tutorials, told me that I should write OpenGL. So that's what I did. What do I think about the goal? Yeah, I think the goal is nice. It's actually like, it's even easier to understand now, I think. But maybe... that's me, I don't know. I think the goal is better than before. It goes less obvious with the background being lighter, yeah. I'm not sure about the light background, to be honest, but it's interesting. Okay, what about this block? This block looks nice. Actually, I kind of like the big button. So what does it look like exactly? Hold on. So the power up when it's on the ground is like this, but when we pick it up, it becomes big. I don't know. Like, I like that it is different, but should it be instead, like, over here, the button is pointing up. When we pick it up, it's pointing down now. It's weird a little bit still. Not sure what to do about it though. Wait, that is all? Oh, you did the stages differently now too, right? Okay. And this is some new levels, I guess. Nice. The bar looks great with smaller levels. Like yeah, when it's white background here, right? I guess. I don't know. But at the same time, do we want the light background? How do I do this one again? So we need to not pick up this this jump here, right? Which means that we need this thing here at the top. So here it's going to be on the right, on the bottom, on the left here. Huh? No, it needs to be on the bottom here. So on the left, top, right. Okay, hold on. Why is this so hard now? We need to have this thing on the bottom. So when we're here, it should be on the left. So when we're here, it should be at the top. Like this? Okay, finally. Why was this so hard? I don't know. Okay, what is this? Nice. And then the next stage. This is the old level. This is the old level too. I remember that. Okay, now this was the hard level, right? I need to think again. What do we need to do here? Don't play the magnet stage. They are all broken. Okay. What am I supposed to do in this one? What? That was not good. So I want to be over here with my jump on my right. This can only happen when I'm having my jump on the right over here. Like this. And then we do this. And then this guy can jump to the right. And then we do this, and this guy jumps to this thing. Okay, this is a good level. Remember that. Okay, did you change this one too? Okay, I want to be in this position with my jump at the bottom, which means that over here I want my jump to be on the left. Or I want to do this. Okay, that also makes sense. All right. This thing I kind of remember. But this is also a good level. I forgot about a lot of levels. That's nice. Harder levels are going to be interesting again. Did you make new harder levels? I mean, that level that I just passed was hard, right? But I remembered how to do it. What is this? Oh, this is the new stuff that we can push. Nice. And this version has a bug where we can push it like this. Okay. So we need to wait for it to fall down. Okay, so over here, what needs to happen? What needs to happen here? This is new. Yeah, this looks new. Hold on. So I need to make this block. Not. Yeah, I remember. So on the previous one, we had the slide and the jump, and now it's a crate instead. I cannot jump over this thing though. Can I? I cannot. Davey, this level is impossible. What are you? What is this? So, if we push the block over here, then we cannot jump, because we jump 2 blocks up and 1 to the left. So we need to make this space empty so that we can jump from there onto the exit. Oh, so I want to push it 1 block, then we want to jump over it over here. Okay, actually simple. If I can figure out how to jump like I want to. Like this. Alright. There you go. Okay, and this is like... Okay, I like this. I like this. So this this is the crate that you cannot push, but you can use the jump power on it. So it looks more heavy. Because it does not have the inside compared to the other one. I like that. Wait, what? I should not push this block any further, right? And actually I even cannot push this block anyway. I need to jump from this block to the side. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Davey, what? Oh, because this block was here, we could make the jump directly. I see. Character be looking like... Yeah. Nice. Wait, on the previous level, one of these jumps, this jump is not even like used. Is that normal? Wait, Davey, is this the solution? Hold on, is this the solution over here? What did I just do? Did you see this? This is the one? So we fall down at the same time. Okay. Yeah. It's like weird because the jump away from each other happening. It had a lot of solutions though. Is this the solution now? I think I did it the other way before. Yeah, this is pretty cool. But I did it differently before, I think. No? I don't have to push when... Oh, yeah, yeah. You can just let it fail and push, yeah. So we can just do this, I think, right? Well, not exactly this. But we can do this, right? This is the solution. It just looks better when we push it while we fall. So like over here we cannot push it because there is not enough space. But when we both fall down, we can push. Can you do the same level then, where this is actually the solution, where you don't need this block? Is this possible? Like when you both fall down? It probably can be made with a crate or something. How do you solve this one? I don't see the solution. So if we... it also feels like I want to move my camera, like to inspect the level. Do we want to give the player the ability to move the camera around? To just see the level? Also, how about this? Like before, because of how you made the other levels, how about we you like, is it going to look better if you, for example, delete this stuff over here? Like, does this look better if you make all the blocks like too thick? Because you don't need this rectangular size, no? Like, is this better? Anyway, what is the solution here? I need to push this block like this, so that I can land on it, like that. Okay. No. Hold on. Oh, I need to jump over here. Okay. Sense. You can even remove ceiling. Yeah, like, what if you remove ceiling here? Then, like, this top bar is going to look better. Also, right? Open levels look scary. Like, this top bar looks better now. Right? Because it's not on top of the level. Over here it is. I don't know. Maybe this border should be a different color. Like, also, the thing on the bottom and on the top. Like, on the top you have the border, on the bottom you don't have the border. Weird. The guys aren't too big. They are going to be smaller. I think they are going to be this size on the mobile. Like on the phone, they make sense to be big. But on the PC, we can make them smaller, I guess. Sokoban z grawitacji, da. Not only Sokoban though, we can push stuff like this, as you can see. We not only push the boxes, like Sokoban is just a little part of this puzzle game. What? What do you mean what? Do you not know what Sokoban is? Sokoban is like the game, the puzzle game where you have only one feature of this game, where you can push the boxes. Where you don't have gravity, you don't have side effects. Maybe you should just make the top bar drop shadow. I don't know, maybe. Отсчет сделанных шагов. А скорее всего будет. So they Lazy Fish is suggesting to make the count of the moves that we have made. It's to have the statistics. Here we go again, my favorite level. Yeah. I don't remember. Hold on, I don't remember. We do something like this? That's right. Hold on. Hold on, how do we solve this level? Do I need this box? I probably need this box, right? It is there for a reason. So we need to push this box. This is the main goal here to push this box. So to push this box, we need to jump. No, I need to swap these guys. This guy should be over here in this corner so that we can move on top of him. And by moving on top, we're going to push this box. Yep, that's right. This is something that I should not do. Hello, Rinks. How do you like, Rinks, the new art? Let's see. The artist is going to judge the new art here. So this is the new background. What do you think, Rinks? And this is the new crate, by the way. Kuvi is going to suffer on this level? No. I'm just going to... I know what to do. I know what to do, I think. I think I know what to do. Hold on. Yet. Ah! This guy falls down. Crate blends in a little. Let me show you the previous levels. Over here we have the light crates. These light crates you can just push, right? And this is the heavy crate. This you can push only using the jump effect. I don't know. I think. Do you think they blend with this tile because they're the same color? Okay, there you go, Dave. You need to fix the blending. Maybe? I don't know. If someone says it's an issue, then probably it is an issue, right? Well, it is a new color though. Like the border here is a different color, right? So you see that this is a different block than this. Maybe we make it completely gray, JD. How about this? I think I might agree here. What if we do? What if we do the inside to be completely like gray? Like this. Is this worse? Wait, what happened? A-Sprite is slow. Wait, why is A-Sprite lagging? Is this even used? Как долго создается софтвер идея до текущего момента, мне самого похоже идея головоломки. Мы сначала сделали эту игру на джем. Ты понимаешь английский? Maybe I speak English instead, huh? Do you understand English? Because we stream in English here. Yeah, okay. Well, then if you can also type in English, if it's not too much for you, it would be also nice so that other people can understand what you're speaking about in chat. But this game was originally made for a game jam in April, I think. When was it? The Bevy Jam 3. So on the April 1st, we had this game jam. The theme was side effects, so we came up with the idea and we made the version that is on itch right now, this thing, in the 10 days. That was the length of this jam. You can play the version that was made in 10 days over here if you want. Right now it's like different. We have new blocks and everything. And this right now, I don't know, how long have we been working on the game more after the jam? It has been more than a month already, I guess. Of working, not sure if it has been 2 months. I don't know. I am not counting. I know that the time has passed more than 1 month, but we were not working on this every day. And also, right now, I'm trying to solve this puzzle level instead of working on the game. Because, even although I have already solved this puzzle level before, this level is impossible, yeah. Hold on, we need to switch the positions. I think I did it. I did it. Nice. Okay. Finally. This is bad. Hold on. What did I do? Okay. Why is this level so hard, Davey? I don't know. Okay, there you go. So yeah, over here. Look at this. Look at this. So here's what is going to be fixed, I guess. Right? So over here, when I'm pushing this box, while this box is going down, I cannot move at all. And now we're going to be able to move here at the same time as this box is falling down. Right? It's not going to break the level or anything. It's just going to feel nicer, I think, for the player. Because this fall down takes a little bit of time, so yeah. Okay, then we do this. Hold on. Hold on, this is not it. I also need to be rotated one to the right here. Let's do this and then this. Okay. This level is so hard. The fuck? Oops. What do I want to do here? I want to jump over. By the way, what do you think should happen here? When this guy is sliding on top of this guy with the jump on top of it, this guy should jump, no? Like, we don't jump right now when sliding over this guy. Yeah, I think this should be jumping here. How am I? We are good. We are good. We have a lot of progress on this game, and we're going to have a lot more progress today, hopefully, after I solve this couple levels. Wait, how do I even solve this? Who should go here? The jumper, because we have the disable block here, so the jumper should go there, which means that we need to jump from something. So what am I jumping from? From a block that is over here. Which is going to be this guy, probably. Which means that we need to push that box. Ah, shit. How do I push this block? So I need to swap my characters again here, right? This is the same problem. I need to swap my characters. Okay, I can do this by doing that. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. Kind of. But also not really. Because what do I do now? No idea. I think the problem is that my player was not rotated properly. So we need to rotate like this. Before. Okay. Okay, now we have the guy. Oh, by the way. No, this is okay. The box did not slide because it was falling down here. Makes sense, makes sense. What should be done here? This was not good. Or hold on. Should this be done? This does not look good. Why is this game so hard, Davey? Can you make easier levels? It's like I want to push this crate one block to the side instead of pushing it 2 blocks to the side, right? Because I want one of the guys to be here. Do I? What if I do this? And I cannot jump up anymore. Hold on, so what I want in the end is I want one, like this slide guy probably will be where it is right now, and the box will be one block to the left. This is the hardest level. Is this the hardest level, or the previous level was the hardest one? Did I not solve this already? Shit. Both are the hardest, yeah. You solved it with unintended route and you removed it? Oh no, wait, what? You removed the way I solved this level? How dare you, Davey? Shit. So, like, the beginning is, for sure, exactly what it should be. So, like, this is what I should do in the beginning. Like, for sure. For sure. Then what? Then I can do something like this. But then we will not be able to push. Maybe I can go back. No, I cannot go back. Like, I cannot make this guy jump to the right. That is impossible. I need a hint? No, I don't need a hint. The hint is this level is impossible, right? So you removed all the solutions from the level? Is that the hint? Okay, so this is not the solution for sure. We need I don't know, the other thing that I can see is this. Does this change anything? I'm not able to move then, though. I need to jump over some stuff after I push these blocks to the right, right? Yeah, this block just needs to be one block to the right, that's it. I think. Let me think. Let's just say that I even get this to this position where there is one block here and one block there. How do I even... Technically, I can make... I think there's two solutions here. And one of them is actually... like this. I think I need to swap them or something. Can I swap these guys? If this slide is at the top, does this help me do anything? It helps me, like, lose the box. But that's not something that I want to do, right? Oh wait, hold on. I just do this. Hold on. Davey, why did you not tell me that this is something that I can do? This is like I'm assuming that I need to jump horizontally, but you need to jump vertically. Okay, this level is actually easy. I was just making it hard for myself for no reason. Okay, and then this is broken apparently. Okay, so that's it. That's it. What's here? The eraser. The disabler. Okay. Now we can continue working. Finally. Okay. We were working on the history, I think, over here. Okay. Update, event handler. Event handler. Yes. We want the simulation step handler and we want the event handler here too, I think. So the update of the state needs to have two things, the simulation step handler and the event handler, which is going to be unmute event. Level editor is broken somehow? What do you mean? I was just using it though, no? What exactly is broken? History has incorrect data. What the fuck? WTF? History had incorrect data. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. This is a bug. Can I work on this first and then work on the other bug? It doesn't ask you to save before exit. Well, yeah. I don't know. It gets desynchronized as something. I need to change the code so it's harder for me to make bugs. Okay, update. Event handler. Event handler. So when we end the move, for example, here, when the move is ending, we want to do event handler. Event move ended. Entity move. Right? Let's just copy paste the events, whatever. When the event has started, try start moves. I will have the event handler here too. Try start moves. So yeah, over here with power-ups process self event handler. Do, 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 do. So instead of returning the list of events, we are going to call the handler instead. And over here we have the moves. We're going to extend the moves with the moves, right? So we are for move in entity moves, event handler, event move started, is to move clone. Okay, so now we have the information about what event have started, what event, what moves have finished. Yeah. So I have the event handler here. The simulation step handler is going to be used to just record the history. Okay, I'm not going to record the history yet. But the event handler is the event handler that we have over here. Okay. What is this? Self-playback position. No. New position. What is this even? I don't need that. From F32. From sex. F32. Alright. So I think the player is kind of working. We will be able to play the game. Rewinding is something that we will need to work on. But let's see. So for the sound, for example, in order to do the sounds, what we do play, turn, start sounds, right? That's not what we want. What I want is to handle events, handle game event. The event is going to be event from the game, right? I'm going to match match event. Update game tick time. Future sounds. We also have future sounds here that happen in the future, apparently. I think I'm going to, yeah, to do change handling future sounds, yeah. Anyway. Let me comment this out. I want to have something working on the screen. You know? To do. And we have the renderer. So the renderer now does not just draws the history frame. Should be time here. Should be a floating point number here, I think. Maybe I should rename this like time since, so that it's easier. Hello, is Rust Analyzer even working? Time since. I cannot rename stuff. Hello? Fine, let's restart the Rust Analyzer. So yeah, we draw the history frame. It does not have any animation anymore because the animation is like always happening now. When we're drawing, history frame, state, and we don't have animation, we have time since. This is equal to frame. Animation, no moves, I don't need that. Draw background, shadow, draw impel. Yeah, so draw impel is just going to have the frame here, I think. Instead of state, previous state, moves entity, this is all just frame. To draw impel, instead of all of those four things, we have frame, which is a history frame. Okay. For goal in frame, state, and goals. Entity, frame, state, entities. Power up, frame, state, power ups. Current state is just frame state. Okay, and then expected 7 arguments, found 10. Yeah, this is also frame, and this is also frame. Okay, and this error that is left is us seeing where is the entity currently moving. So we need to find the move of the entity, and we currently even store it, I think. Entity current move. So entity move is entity current move, basically, right? And since this move I need from to and the time for interpolation here, I think. Okay. So over here it does not matter, so whatever. 0, we don't do interpolation at all. And in this place we are going to say entity move end time. So we know the end of the time where this should be, right? We know I should know when the move has started too, right? Yes, I need to not only know the end time, but I also need to know the start time. And then we also have the current time, and that is how we calculate the interpolation factor. Entity, yeah, so the factor is going to be frame. What is better to use? Pointers to GL functions stored in just a little global on transmute from void star in each functions. What? I think that you need to create in the abstraction on top of the pointers, because pointers are hard to deal with. You need to get away of the pointers as quickly as possible, create an abstraction on top of that. And it doesn't really matter what you use below, what you use inside, like a static global or a transmute. So you are doing C++, I'm guessing, right, with OpenGL? We're doing Rust here. I just use the GL crate here. So what it does is I'm just loading. So this crate can, by the way, work in both modes, both with the global stuff and loading specific functions. So when you do load with get process address, right? So this is the pointer to the function. It just populates the global data, and then you can use the functions themselves. I think you should do the same stuff, basically, what they are doing here. So let's say that you have this function, right? Hold on. I don't even remember. It was a long time when I did this. So we call the function like GL shader source, for example. Shader source. Пиши на английском, я не знаю. Ты на Rust пишешь или на C++? I just use this crate. That's it. I guess there is a module and a function. So like, yeah, because in Rust you can have the module and a function of the same name. So when you call this function, well, here's the implementation for it. This is ugly because this is auto-generated code, I'm guessing. So when you call this function, storage text buffer f. This is the function that is loaded, I think, and you transmute it into a function. Claven X, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you doing on your stream? Anyway, I don't know, Leo Ben. I mean, just use an abstraction. There is a lot of abstractions that already do this for you. I don't like going this deep. We are working here on the game. Currently rewriting the code. It was failing to debug and stateful Rust deployment on Kubernetes. The activate Linux watermark is funny. Yeah, we don't activate our Linux here. We are working on the game using Rust and our own custom engine. Currently doing a very big rewrite of the logic. So it is slowly getting there. Slowly getting there, but basically we are making a puzzle game, and I'm making it, instead of it being a turn-based game, to being an event-based game, so that it's kind of a real-time instead of a turn-based, but also we don't really separate the game time by ticks at all. We do events instead, if that makes sense. So right now I'm just fixing all the things that do not compile, and as soon as everything is going to compile, hopefully, because we're writing Rust, it's just going to work first try. Yeah, so right now I'm fixing the rendering, I think. Oh yeah, we were calculating the interpolation time for the animation. So we have multiple. We have for the entity. The entity is moving. We know the move. We know when the move is going to end. We know when it started, and we know the current time. So we have frame. Do we have frame? Why does, like, I don't understand. Why do I not have auto completion? There is the state field on the frame. State. So I have the completion when I type it myself, but why doesn't it complete the field name? I don't know. State current time. Like, I can even go to this field, you see, but it is not auto completing. Anyway, so we do current time minus entity move start time, and then we divide that by the length of the animation. Frame, state, end time minus start time, I guess. Something like that. Okay. How more errors do we have? Not much actually. This is just a little bit. Have to run. Okay, thank you for the raid again. Have a nice day. Okay, yeah. So now we just are not initializing the start time. So the start time for this move is going to be current time, and the end time is this. Okay. And then we need to do this for all the entity moves that we're doing. This is an easy stuff. Okay. So the logic is compiling again, but this is okay. Let's see. So this is the visual effects. So for the visual effects, just like for the sounds, I think we need to listen for events. So handle game event, I think, is something that we are going to have here. An event is going to be event like that. But for now, I'm just going to, you know what? I just want to see something on the screen. So we're going to say to do here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And let's see what is happening here. This is our playing of the game. So when we're updating, update history player update, delta time, update. Config is the first thing. Then we have delta time input. And we have the event handler. So this does not even return anything. We just have the handler here, right? We just do this. So yeah, sound, start sounds, I don't need that. Update finished. I do not need that. This is just us handling the events is how it's going to be. So the event handler. What is the event handler? Let's see. Event. So there are multiple things that we need to delegate the events to. It's going to be the sound, the sound system, handling game events. We also have our visual effects that can handle game events, right? So yeah, the entire purpose of the events is that we can do some visual and audio effects. That's it. That is it. What more errors do we need to fix? Moves. So yeah, this is the same stuff exactly. Can I just do self update? Update player. Input delta time. And then I create this method. And this is what we do. So over here, we're doing exactly the same. We just do self update player. The input we have, the delta time is 0 because over here we are just handling the immediate press of the button. So input is some input actually. All right. Is this the last error that I need to fix? There are probably like a lot of like these to-dos that I didn't do yet. Play and turn sounds. Yeah, this just goes in the handling of the events actually. We don't even need that function anymore. We're not calling it. Okay. So how bad is it going to be right now? Are we going to crash? Or is it just not going to be played, the game? No idea. I think the menu is going to work. Boss champ. Like, this works still. I did not break this, right? I broke the gameplay. And the level editor is still going to work. Right? But the play is going to crash. Yes, because we literally say, look at this, not yet implemented. Okay, so what do I need to do? The frame. Yeah, the frame is like, what are we going to render right now? So I'm going to match here self mode. So if we are playing the game, if I'm playing the game, then we're going to be returning frame state, and time since is going to be 0. And for rewinding, let's do it to do sure. Let's not do a rewinding yet. Let me just have the game working without the rewinds first, right? Okay. Now the problem is that the linksider is not responding. Force quit, okay. So we are in an infinite loop or something. Yeah, I think I know what the issue might be. So when we're updating here, File self-time. При каждом вызове функция делает каст через смартфон, нужно указать, типа указательная функция, мне кажется, вообще полная херня. Я решил хранить указатели в option. То есть изначально там non. При инициализации туда суется уже четким типом, но, соответственно, приходится каждый где-то указателя. Будет правильно или производительно. Я не знаю. Мне кажется, это вообще не важно. Но производительнее не делать unwrap, по идее. Потому что компилятор тебе, скорее всего, не заоптимизирует. Он же не знает, что у тебя там точно не non. Трансмьют быстрее, потому что это... ничего не стоит. This is a Russian stream now, I guess, right? How many people are in chat right now who actually talk Russian? And by the way, Chibisov, I have moved my engine and I'm using the regular run from the win it now instead of using the pump events, and it looks like it's working nicely. Все говорят по-русски? Nice. Is Rinks also know? Does Rinks also know how to talk Russian? Okay. By the way, you say like use box because it is not null, right? But isn't there like specifically the non-null pointer or something? Box gives you an indirection. Ты тоже русский? Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, we have an infinite loop somewhere. Right? Where is the infinite loop? It doesn't add indirection for the box compiler is really smart with relation to that. Oh wait, because it's a pointer already, right? Box is already like we're storing pointers already, right? So yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. Like on streams at Tsoding. On his streams, also everyone talks Russian, or what? Ah, okay. I think that it might be that we are trying to start a move for the entity that is, yeah, over here. We're iterating over the entities to try make them move, right? But the entity might already be moving. I think we have actually specifically made the stable entities, the entities that are able to move, entities that are not currently moving, you know? So maybe we're just trying to start the thing. And also what I want here is I want self entities, get mute, entity move, entity ID, dot unwrap current move, replace with the new entity move, and we assert that previous is none here. I also think I need to clone it here. And then when we're ending the move, also, I'm saying that entity current move is going to be equal to none. Previous position is something that, like over here, previous position and previous move. I don't remember where this is being handled, so we are probably going to see. Pretends are all the foreigners are on his channel. Well, it's better if you can understand English, because there is not only Russian-speaking people here, right? Okay, we're still in the infinite loop. Do I actually do a debugging? Hold on. Let's do a debugging. I'm pretty sure that this is the loop that I'm in infinitely. Okay, so let's see. How do I use the debugger again? Continue, step over, step into, I guess F10. Something that we do. Okay, we try starting the moves, and then we say that nothing happened, right? Nothing happened. And then current time is equal to this, and target time is equal to that. I mean, they're equal. So we should exit. Okay, we actually exit. Where are we exiting? Over here. Yeah, updating the history player. Can I make this bigger? Like, I don't even need this technically. Alright. We have updated the player. I don't even know where am I. This is some executor of the futures. Okay, I don't want that. I don't. So we are actually not in the infinite loop there, like I thought we would be. Something else is wrong. Okay, we are in the play state. This is the state that does not work, right? Let's see, update. I'm not going back to polling the winit event loop from what I can say. Oh, wait, so you have checked my code. Why am I... When should I go back to polling? How is polling different from waiting? I thought waiting is the same as polling, because wait means wait, and poll in the background, no? Well, I am doing the updates. Gnome is sending not responding if you don't reply to its ping requests, which Winnie does automatically. Yeah, well, something is wrong. I mean, it is working properly though over here, right? It is not saying that I'm not responding when I'm in this menu. Or it is not saying that I'm not responding if I'm in this menu. Or if I am in over here, right? Everything is working nicely. Right? So the issue is somewhere else. So we are calling... Wait, why did I do this? Update. Raw. I don't know, event. I'm pretty sure the problem is not in the engine code, because this is the only state that is broken, right? Oh wait, hold on. I actually see it only gets broken on the handling of the event. I think. I did not see the event here though, which is weird. Because it only gets broken when I say 0 here. Is that right? Like if I comment out this line, let me see. I think this is what makes it go into the infinite loop. Yeah, no more logs also. So yeah, not here. Not here, but somewhere when I'm pressing the button. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Oh, look at this. We have start, but we did not do the hum. Right? Yeah. I think the problem is here after all. Is it? Yeah. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it exactly. Like over here. Look at this. We see if we have a pending event, but we see that if the event has happened already, then we need to end this event. But if the earliest event is in the future, then we actually need to break from this loop. I found it. I don't need to debug, I just need to look at the code. Okay, nice, look at this. I go left, I go right, so like right now the animations are very slow because I do 1 second for every animation. Okay, there you go, there you go. Some things are going to be broken though, I'm pretty sure. Let's try going into the exit. This is the slow-mo we wanted. Okay, going into the exit. Oh, okay, going into the exit actually works. It just takes 1 second instead of 0.2 seconds like before. This is the slow-mo that we wanted. Okay, hold on. Let me make it faster again. So in terms of like, I think we just have the animation speed somewhere. Over here, I'm just going to say delta time. It's delta time multiplied by self animation speed. We have animation time, but I want animation speed instead. Okay, animation time is going to be changing to animation speed. 5. This is going to be the same as before. It's just, it does not make sense to do the animation time for one turn because we don't have turns anymore, right? So instead we say what is the speed, and we can have multiple turns with different stuff. It's just the logic uses 1 second as a unit for one like turn for every turns right now. Okay, we don't do the sound effects obviously because I did not write that yet. It's going to be pretty easy to write though. Let's just try play through the game and see. The jump works, but over here I'm jumping to the right or to the left when I'm jumping down. Why? This is wrong. This is because the previous position is never saved, I think. Otherwise it all works. I think this is what we need to fix. First. Logic. Yeah, we have previous position and previous move. I'm not sure if I want... let me first see. Why do we use the previous position? The previous position is the position where we moved from, right? So when we were moving right to left or left to right, we use this for sliding or for jumping, right? And previous move is for us continuing the move like the magnet move, I think. So... should it be done on the end of the move? So when the move has ended, I want to know that entity previous position is going to be equal to entity position, right? And then we say also entity previous move is equal to some entity move like that. And then we need to reset it if the entity did not actually do anything. So we calculate the moves. And then after we calculate them, we go for entity in self entities. We reset it. So previous position is going to be equal entity position. And previous move is none. And we have the current move. Yeah, previous move we just needed to calculate the new moves, and if we did not calculate the new moves, that we just discard them. I think that's it. Still not very like easy to follow logic here. But if it's going to work, then it's good enough for now. Okay. And if, yeah, okay, so everything works just like before. Right now. We have the new system under the hood, but... okay, let me bring back the things that we did not do. For example, the visual effects. The visual effects, let's see. So I'm just going to match. Event. Oh, let's match event. And if it's event move started, entity move, then we do all of that. Like for the collection of the power-ups, we can also do the visual effect, by the way, if you want. We right now don't have a visual effect for collection of the power-ups. When the move has ended, we can do the visual effect on the end of the move also, if we need to. Hello, hello. I can continue means return and not continue, because this is just handling the one event here. So yeah, all of the continues are just the return. Okay, this should be the visual effects. Wait, how did we do the visual effect for hitting the ceiling? Oh, this is how I did it. I did the time of the visual effect to be negative, and then until it goes positive. Okay, this is a hack that needs that can go once we split the jump into several moves. Animation time is never red. Animation time is never red? Oh yeah, I think the jump is going to look weird again when we are hitting the ceiling. Okay, I mean, we will just redo this. Yeah, I mean, the jump is going to be removed completely because it's not going to be cells traveled. It's going to be, the jump is going to consist of several moves of one block. Okay, whatever. We keep it at that. Let's fix the sounds. So just uncomment this. I think it's going to be pretty simple. If it's the collected power-ups, move started, move ended. Okay. Move. Entity move. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm going to play. Move started. We're going to play. Continue is equal to return here. Alright. This is what we play at the beginning of the moves. Play turn end sounds. So this is for the collection of the power-up actually. For the collected power-up, we just play the sound effect. Right now the sound effect is same for all the power-ups. Maybe we will have different sound effects later. I don't know. Okay, and then we crash. Not yet implemented. Oh, of course it's not yet implemented. Okay, for the ending, we don't have it. Okay. Yeah, we also have like the same hack when we do the sound effect of hitting the wall. Yeah, hitting the wall is hack both for the visual and sound effects. But whatever. Because we're going to rewrite it anyway. Okay. Okay, I see a small issue. Do you see the issue? Do you see it? It's really hard to see because the background is white now, but this dust behind the player is not disappearing. I mean, it is disappearing. It's just disappearing slowly because I do not do the animation time for the visual effects. Someone needs to clean up in there. I think the same is going to be about the jump. Look at this. Look at this jump effect. You can see it really happening. You can see multiple jump effects happening. Let me see, VFX. Yeah, we divide by animation speed, but we instead need to multiply by the animation speed, I think, here. So animation speed is also going to... yeah. I mean, so right now, basically, what this means is that every single visual effect has the same timing. But technically, maybe we will change that later, right? We'll see. Is this used anywhere else? Over here is also used. And over here it's also used. Okay, and then we crashed when I did hit the rewind. So rewinding is also broken right now. Do I want to fix the rewinding today? I just don't like leaving the game in unfinished state. Let me, at least what I want is to have the restart working. Okay, so this is looking good now, like just like before. So let's try something that we could not do before, right? Let's try something that we could not do before. In order to test this. I need a level with multiple players where one is falling down. What is this level? Like, how do we make sure that everything is working properly? You know what I can do? Let's just try. Let's just try, just for fun, you know, to have the jump be a very long animation, you know? How about that? Let's do here. The jump is going to last 10 seconds, right? Because why not? Like, can we make moves while the other player is jumping, basically. Why not? Well, now we can, basically, is what I'm saying. To make different moves, different times. And it should not, it does not even need to be integer, it can be anything at all, right? Let's take a look at this. This is what the jump looks like. Well, it's not 10 seconds because we multiplied 10 seconds by 5 because the... Yeah, it's 2 seconds basically. Okay. So this is one thing that we can do. And another thing is, let's take a look at something with 2 players. How do I have something with 2 players? Let me just create a new level. Test. Okay, we're going to have 1 player and another player. And this player is going to have jump on the bottom, so it's going to be jumping infinitely. And this player is not going to have jump on the bottom. And this player is going to be player number 2, and this player is going to be player number 1. So that we are going to control this one. Alright? And we need the exit for this level to work. So there you go. Look at this. So this player is going to be jumping infinitely left and right. But we can control this player at the same time as this player is moving. So this is the difference, right? We can move this player at any point in time, not only when this jump is like changing state. Okay, so this is the new system. And now the last thing that we will do at some point. So like right now, as you can see, I can already not move over there, but that's not because I did it. It's because while the animation is happening, the entity is assumed to still be at the bottom here. Right? So I can only move into this when it's at the top. But yeah, what we are going to do is we are going to reserve the blocks. And while the blocks are reserved for the move, we are not going to be able to go there. Right? Actually, you know what? I can do this right now really easily. Let me have this level available for me to test again. Can you make friends using programming? Asking for a program? I don't know. Well, I don't know. What language are you writing? I remember that in C++ there was actually a keyword that is called friend. Because C++ really wants to be friends with someone, I guess. Has anyone ever used that keyword in their actual code base? Yo! Thanks for the sub. Okay, what we're going to do, what are we going to do, is for a Rust programmer, is being called Rusty a compliment or an insult? I don't know. I think all of the Rusty programmers call themselves Rusty sometimes as a joke. I don't think that's an insult. Is it an insult if someone calls you old when you are old? Because I'm not really sure. I once called someone old and I'm not sure if they were offended or not. I'm old. Why do you say such things, Davey? How old are you anyway? I'm guessing if you are calling me old, you are younger than me. Okay. Okay, one thing that I want is to reserve the blocks, right? Yeah. So, like, the only thing that we're going to change eventually is that our jump is not going to be reserving all 3 blocks at the same time. It's going to reserve 1 block, and then another block, and then another block after it moved a little bit, you know? But we can use this system already, even with the current stuff. We can just reserve the blocks as they are happening. Because I have already I already have written the reservation, I guess, right? For the thing. Doo 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 doo. All right, so let's see what blocks should be reserved currently. Let's see what should be our system here. I'm going to do the system without priorities now, I think, or am I? It's going to be a priority, but it's going to be based on the entity order, which is the wrong priorities. But at least we're not going to have bug. It's going to feel like RNG, I think, right now. But we'll work on a better one later. Reserved cells is going to be a hash set of cells. Right? And we're going to go. So it's going to be our entities. By the way, the reservation is only makes sense for the entities that are blocking, right? Like the cloud, for example, if the cloud is moving, it does not matter, right? So we iterate over the entities, we filter the entities that are Screef one. Hello, how are you doing? I'm going to filter the entities that are, we have properties here, right? Properties, block. So look at this. We have the entities that are triggering side effects, static, pushable, player block. All we need is the block stuff. So the entities that are blocking are those are the blocks that can conflict with each other. So we're going to filter, and we're going to map entity into entity position. Think Davey is just jealous of my beautiful beard? Davey, I'll tell you a secret. You just become a lazy person and never shave. That's how you grow old, apparently. Entity position cell specifically, and then we collect. Okay, so those are the cells that are going to be reserved for sure. The entities that are blocking, they are reserving the cells that they are currently located in. Also, the current moves that are happening, so for move, entity move, in the entity moves that are currently happening, we reserved cells, we extend those by entity move cells reserved. Right? Like that. So those are the cells that are currently reserved. Yes? Yes. And over here, we're going to check for conflicts by just simply saying that are the blocks that we are trying to reserve here already reserved? Or actually, you know what? They are not going to be reserved because we're going to check them here. What we're going to do instead is I'm going to say that for entity move in moves, reserved cells extend entity move cell reserved, like that, so that when we calculate the moves for the next entity, we are going to consider the move for the previous entity to already have started, which makes sense, I think, right? So this is us checking for the conflicts. Now the only problem is that we're checking for the conflicts in the incorrect priorities for now, so I'm just going to change the order of the systems and how they are running, because right now I'm running calculation for where the entity should move for every entity in a loop. What the fuck is linksider? It's a game. You want to check it out? It's the game that we're working on right now. Here's the I would suggest to license your thing, since keeping unlicensed code could be a bit weird. What should I license it to? Here's the link to the game. What should the license be? I thought like when you look at something that like a sprite, where they have the there are some parts that are licensed MIT, for example. I think GPL does not like, we're going to put this on Steam, right, and stuff, which is why I did not put a license yet on this repository. So it will not be MIT for sure. But if like comparing to something like Asprite, they have a custom end user license agreement. But some parts of the code are MIT. I could license only code, but have assets proprietary. I think that's the default when you are licensing a repository on GitHub. No, is that right or no? Like if I just license my code, but even then, like, I don't know. I think like if I don't have a license in the repository, it's just it's like the default. Just don't look there, you know. I could have code like some open source license though, yes. If I don't have a license, it falls under copyright laws. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not giving permission to do stuff with the code, right? When I don't have the license. That's the reason if I want to give you permissions to do something. Like, what do I want to give you permissions for? I want you to be able to like study code, but I don't want you to release the game for me, you know? So I think GPL does not prevent you from doing stuff. Might be wrong though. I need to like read through all of the licenses. Like the Bevy version is licensed MIT, so if you go to the Bevy branch on the same repository, you will see that the license is there. It's like the rewrite, when we have started the rewrite. So the post-gem version. I decided to not put the thing in. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, we were reserving the blocks. That's right. That is right. You should work today, but you don't want to work today because you really dislike the job, so you might not work today. uh, if well, it doesn't. If it doesn't get you into trouble, uh, then sure. Although, why don't you look for a job that you would like? I heard the post-champ version, post-champ instead of post-champ. That's what we should call our version right now. Well, the version that we have right now is basically the pause champ version because it's like it's something, but it's still not the full game, right? Okay. Yeah, we have the reserved cells. Hold on. The resolved cells, it's almost like the reserved cells should be part of the game state itself. The thing is that license doesn't save you from other selling your game. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not putting that in. Oh, the only thing that saves is trademark? No, there is also copyright law, right? Are you telling me that the better solution here is to hide the repositories, make it private, so that we don't have to think about it? And then also don't stream, so that you don't copy my code while by looking at my stream. You can simply copy the game without even looking at your code. Well, they will need to write the game themselves then, right? I don't think... Yeah, like, I mean, there is copies of existing games. Yeah. I don't know. Do you remember like how many Flappy Birds were there when Flappy Bird was out? We can make it private? No? Yeah, we can. We can. The continuous integration is not going to work because GitHub only gives you, for public repositories, the free continuous integration. I can set up my own PC though, but I don't know. I kind of want the game to be like the code to be open though. I don't mind. Trademark will prevent them from publishing under the same or similar name. Yeah, that's what trademark is for, as far as I understand. Like the Rust Foundation and the trademark stuff. Or is it different? Hold on. I don't remember. Like where you cannot name your project something that contains the Rust in it. Think about GPL is that they try to say that also make a GPL. Yeah, I know. But they, yeah. Maybe the smart thing, and I think a lot of other games have done it. Like you release the game, well, it'd be in a private repository, right? And then you open source it later under like GPL or whatever. I don't know. At the same time, I am not sure. I couldn't internally use GPL and provide assets only with the release. The game without assets is not really useful. Yeah, I know. No. Free software games. Okay. Oh, the complete guide to publishing free software video games. Well, this is making free video games, right? We are planning to sell the game. It's going to be both, I think, if I can make it. Like you can, just like ASprite, you can compile it from source and run it yourself. It's about the rights, not about the price. Okay. Let me bookmark this. I will read it later. It's interesting. Maybe Davey should also look into this. Because if we can make it like it says free software. Source available. Civilization 4 and 5 were source available games. Unreal Tournament. Crisis, really? Permissive license, proprietary assets. So you, okay. I don't know. What I want, like I was saying, is that like you can buy the game, but at the same time you can compile it if you want. Just like ASprite license some time ago was. And also, sort of understand, like their license does not, like you can compile it for yourself, but you cannot redistribute it or something. Anyway, I want source available then. Okay, hold on. GPL gives you a freedom to redistribute. Yeah, exactly. I read a little bit about this, but as you can see, I did not put any license in yet. Reserved cells. Hash set. Like this. So over here it's going to be instead self-reserved cells. I'm going to recalculate it. Although, like, as an optimization, we don't really need to recalculate it every time. Also, yeah, whatever. Let's just do this for now. Reserved cells extend. Reserved cells extends here, right? So now I'm just going to say that oh, but I cannot borrow because it's also mutable. Borrowed as immutable. Wait, where? Oh, because this is the iterator. Oh shit. Entity moves. Let me do back. New. So entity moves, push moves. So we have calculated everything. Then we do for entity moves in entity moves. I'm not going to extend. Bone. Okay, so first of all, we need to check if these moves are possible. Use of moved value. Makes new assets from scratch to get around licensing. Making the game 3. Oh no. What would you guys do? Would you just put the thing to be private and be done, just not to think about it? We can open it later. If we want to. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. I need to see if the thing is possible, right? So for entity move. You intend to sell, you make it private. Yeah. I guess that's what most people do. For entity move in entity moves. I think there is one weird thing because we are going to reserve both the current block and the next block for the entity move, right? And the current block is already reserved because the entity just exists there. Or do we not? I think we don't reserve here. I think I just do clear here, to be honest, then. And then only the moves is something that does the reservation. Does that make sense? Maybe. If entity move cell reserves any. If entity moves any move cell reserves any cell self reserved cells contains cell. So if any of the cell that we're trying to move to is already reserved, then we just ignore this move. I think that is what we do. Right? Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and reserve these things. So self reserves cells extend entity move cells reserved. Reserved cells, cells reserved. Okay, let's see. What did I just write? Is it going to work or not? Yeah, I should not be able to move into the same block, but this can happen, yes. I think here's another example that we can just test immediately. Let's make this thing where we have a box like that, and we have two players. This player has jump on the left side and this player has jump on the right side, so they're going to try both move into this middle. Let's see what happens. So one of these jumps is just does not happen, basically. This is what this means. They don't happen at the same time yet, right? So what this means also, so we want the jumps to happen at the same time, but we want them to be like stick in the middle. So it is going to be solved automatically when we split the jump into two moves, right? So right now we move two blocks and we try to reserve two blocks at the same time, but we need to reserve one, and then after moving one block we try to reserve the other, you know? So then they're going to start jumping at the same time, but the actually, hold on. Hold on, I have written the different thing that I wanted to write. Well, at least there is not going to be entities moving into the same block right now, but I actually wanted to write a different thing. I would call this function in the different position. Do 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 do. Let me see. Let entity stable entity IDs. I guess I need to calculate the IDs first. The list of IDs, and then we go over entity ID in stable entities IDs so that we don't have the issue that entity is self entities get entity ID rep. Okay, there you go. Do 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 do. I'm going to comment this out, and instead I'm going to say over here we have calculated the moves. We're going to, when calculate the moves, use the reserved cells instead, and over here we're going to actually do the reservation. So self reserved cells, extend moves, iterate, flat map, entity move, reserve cells reserved, create copied. We're extending our cells, and when we're calculating the next entity move, it's already going to be considered. Yes, this is what I want. Okay, now the only thing is when we're checking the entity moves, blocked is blocked. We have a function that is called is blocked, and we're going to say that this cell is going to be blocked if this if reserved cells contains the position, then we say that this is also blocked, right? Reserving is equal to the blocked stuff. Yeah. There might be some other things that I need to change. Okay, look at this. Okay, David, do you like this? So they start at the same time. Just one of them has the priority over the other. Yeah. I guess it's not ideal, so we're going to make it even better, but at least they start moving at the same time. So basically what happens is that this player is being calculated first, so this player can move to the same stuff. I think, yeah, no. You should just not, like, it's better than before. At least like two players cannot go. Oh, it's actually RNG. Look at this. It's actually RNG. It is actually RNG. Priority is RNG, okay? So you... Yeah. I think this is better than just having them move into each other, right? So this is already better than before. But we're going to fix it later too. It's not too hard. The slow motion. The better bug. Yes, exactly. Let me see. Where is the level with us pushing a block over a hole? I'm wondering what's going to happen there. I think it's also going to be RNG. First box level. Mag easy. Stage 5. What is the box? This one? Okay, this one. Oh shit, I just crashed. Okay, that's... that's also... Yeah, previous is none. What is this? Oh, the entity is trying to move at the same time. I see. Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave this as a crash right now. I'm going to work more tomorrow, okay? So, once again, we have broken more of the game, that we have added new features. Right? Just don't merge this branch yet. And we're going to fix it tomorrow, hopefully. It's the post-champ version, yeah. Let me make the jump regular time. I'm going to commit that. This is already, like, look at this. This is so much stuff that I have changed today already. And it's going to be better. You guys, you believe now, right? I can see it being better very soon. Okay, so what do we call this system? This is not longer a turn-based game. This is the event-based simulation or something. Like, is this what we call this? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, look, there's Icy. What is Icy doing? Twitch chatbot development. Wait, Davey, how are you here? And here at the same time, huh? Huh? Okay. Wait, is this stream working, or is it just... I like, Twitch started breaking for me a couple of days ago. It's loading, but after a little bit of time.
Oh, it's like,
there you go. I'm not sure what's happening. What's about?
Like that'll end up
what's that about?
in an
Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Or maybe not. I guess it shouldn't.